horse in wheelchair tennis, but right behind them, Japan has been so strong for so many years. We are in for a great treat here on Philippe Chatrier Stadium. Women's gold medal doubles match. I'm excited to just see this unfold before us.
The fans are streaming in, and we're having our pre-match baguette, as you would in Paris, of course. Tennis fauteuil.
Yeah, I've got one packed up for when we're done with this one. I'm going to get myself a baguette because it's just what you do.
And here we are inside under the roof at the legendary Philippe Chatrier show court at Roland-Garros. We've had fantastic support the entire week. The weather, as we mentioned, it's been a bit dreary. It's clearing up as the day progresses, but for safety, the roof will be closed, so no threat of play interruption today in Paris.
I don't claim to be very good with the French language at all. It's been a great trip here to Paris and everything like that, but I love saying Philippe Chatrier. It's about the best I can do in the French language, but it sounds so nice, and what a great venue we have been treated to here at Roland-Garros. Both of the stadium courts that have been in play, Susan Longland, so many of the matches under the roof there as well, but here today in the premier tennis venue here at Roland-Garros, there's no better place to watch red clay tennis.
And here is the session schedule for today. We are going to open up with the gold medal match in women's doubles. That will be followed by the men's singles semifinal. Then to round out the session, the quad singles gold medal match. What a buffet of wheelchair tennis we have today at Roland-Garros. The first time that a Paralympic Games has been played at a Grand Slam venue, and what a venue it is. And no surprise who these fans are supporting.
Never a doubt when you see the massive display of orange in the crowd. It's the Dutch. They come out to support their athletes, whatever they're playing, wherever they're at around the world. Very prominent, very vocal, very enthusiastic. The Dutch love the Dutch, and they do a great job of supporting their athletes.
As I heard a Dutch announcer say once, if it ain't Dutch, it ain't much. They do support each other magnificently, as do the Japanese. The Japanese support their athletes amazingly well, and here is our matchup in the women's doubles gold medal match. Diede de Groot, Annick van Kut of the Netherlands taking on Kamiji Yui and Tanaka Manami of Japan. 1 seed versus the 2 seed. Just how you draw it up, Paul.
Yeah, you looked at the schedule for the day, and it was seeds everywhere in this match here. 1 and 2 seeds. In the semifinal for the men's, it's 1 and 4 seed, and in the singles final for the quads, 1 and 2 seeds. So all the favorites are moving through and getting to these medal matches. The best of the best have taken care of their business so far, and we're going to see the best of the best on display here. Lizzie de Grief from the Netherlands here to support her teammates in the stands, no doubt.
And as has become the tradition at both the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games, we begin a session with what is known as the coup de bâton, the trois coups. It's a tradition from French theater. 3 strikes of the baton to draw the attention of the gathered spectators to the spectacle about to unfold. And this is a familiar face to fans of wheelchair tennis. This is Dylan Elcott. Maybe fanned on that overhead. There we go. Landed it.
Ever the flair for dramatics, Mr. Alcott.
We will have the quad singles men's final later in the session. There will be a new Paralympic Games champion in quad singles in the men's.
Yes, it's Alcott who took the gold in both Rio and in Tokyo. And now it's time for the new generation, and we will see them later. This new generation will be on display in that quad singles final. But some of the old generation, the old guard, some of the experienced veterans of the game here in the women's doubles are going to be on display. Intros right now.
As the athletes take the field of play, Kamiji Yui and Tanaka Manami of Japan were introduced to the throng here at Philippe Chatrier.
And that is what the faces of excellence look like right there. Defending gold medal champions in Tokyo, longtime partners, success across the board for both of them in singles, doubles, but there is no better doubles team in the world than Dida de Groot and Aniek van Koot.
Athletes preparing in these custom-made tennis chairs.
Yeah, some of the athletes have incredibly customized chairs. I mean, that one that you're seeing Dida de Groot get into right there, exceedingly customized. The one that Aniek plays in, a little more what you would kind of call a standard chair that the majority of the athletes play in. All of these, though, are sized specifically for the bodies of these athletes so that when they move, the chair goes with them. They're really, just to use a little bit of a cliche term, they want that chair to be one with their body. And the more that you can design for your specific body, makeup, chemistry, the more you get the response you need in the moments you need it most.
And Paul, for spectators that may not have ever seen wheelchair tennis before, please explain the differences in the rules between Olympic tennis and wheelchair tennis.
Yeah, keep it pretty simple, really, to be honest with you. The only rule change is that the athletes are authorized 2 bounces if they choose to use 2 bounces, with that first bounce needing to land properly inside the doubles court or the singles court as applicable to singles or doubles game. And we're going to see that on display here where you get some angled shots that are going to run off the sideline, and it gives the athletes in the chairs time to run it down with that second bounce. When I'm coaching, I'm always telling the players, especially at the higher levels, you want to play on 1 bounce, but you want to utilize that second bounce to your advantage or out of necessity. And we're going to see that on display, and we'll point that out as the opportunities present themselves here today. Longtime coach there, Amanda Hopmans, specifically coaches Dida de Groot, has done a great job for many years getting her to ascend to the #1 position in the world, and been there for a while now. Since 2018, she's dominated that slot.
Let's not sleep on this Japanese pair.
No.
Kameji Yui and Tanaka Manami. Kameji Yui having another splendid Paralympic Games, and here she is in yet another final. Multiple Grand Slam winner.
Yeah, between the 4 of these players, we have a current world #1, and we have 2 former world #1s in Kameji Yui and Aniek van Koot. So the lone person yet to ascend to that level is Tanaka. Now, what role can she play here today? She's probably very likely going to be the one under the stress and under the duress of the Dutch attack. We're going to see how she holds up under that heavy pressure.
7 and 9, full crew of line judges and ball kids, and as well on click, if this is on the call, please clearly stop the point and say something. It's easier for everyone, and I will check them out. And 25 seconds between points started when you reach the baseline area. You got the shot clock on the scoreboard. Any question? For the towel, you take the pink one, you take the one with the blue spot. Okay? So Paris 2024 or wheelchair tennis? Wheelchair tennis. Wheelchair tennis for you? So this one? Paris 2024. You receive? Have a good match.
Chair umpire Aurélie Vezinix conducting the coin toss and explaining the rules of play to the athletes, and coin toss hit the net, to be fair.
Let. It was the first let of the match. Should have called and replayed that point. Yeah, and I think it's important here. You talked about this matchup and that we should not dismiss the Japanese. Of course we should not. They've earned their way here. They're in this gold medal match, so clearly they know what they're doing. But what's important for me and what I've really enjoyed throughout the entirety of this competition here is the format for the doubles in both the men's singles and quads. You don't have to win 2 out of 3 sets. You just have to muscle out a set somewhere and you get it to the match tiebreak. If somehow the Japanese, being, I would say, the heavy underdogs in this match, if they can claw out a set, now we go to the match tiebreak. As I like to say, all bets are off. Anything can happen in that race to 10. So that's what they're looking to accomplish here today. And the Dutch are looking to just put the hammer down and probably try to take it in straights.
And I think you've partially answered a question I actually wanted to ask you, which is from the perspective of the Dutch team coming into this match, as you say, #1 seed, probably heavily favored. How do you mentally approach that as a coach when you're going in there with the favorites tag?
Yeah, you got to say, hey, listen, I mean, you really got to emphasize this format and say, hey, listen, girls, we cannot afford to have moments of unfocused. We cannot have moments of just kind of lackadaisical. It's a little bit more of a sprint, you know, to use kind of the Olympics and Paralympics track and field model. This is less of a 1,500 meters and more of a probably 800 meters now without a legitimate third set. So you've got to be ready to go hard throughout the entirety of it, get your job done in 2, and not let it take that opportunity into that tiebreaker as just really chance.
And conversely, from the perspective of the Japanese coach, when you're in there and perhaps wearing the underdog tag, what would the advice be to Kimiji and Tanaka?
Well, we'll take a look at how things got here for the Japanese, and we'll follow up on that. Pretty convincing. Look at that. Bye in the first round, straight sets, only lost 4 games so far, so really impressive. So, as you stated, this is a really legit team right here, and of course they are. They're in the gold medal match.
In some respects, as underdogs, you'd suspect really playing with no pressure. Just go out there and let it hang out, really.
Yes, and I like the dynamic that we have on the court with both teams having the righty-lefty combo, which as a coach, I mean, just love doubles teams when you can create that righty-lefty combination. It just creates an interesting dynamic. Where's the lefty? Where's the righty? The spins are different, so everybody's a little bit more, it's just tougher to get a groove. So I like that we have that matchup here on both sides.
And a first time doubles semifinalist. Please welcome from Japan, Tanaka.
Great look at Tanaka right there. Wow, handlebar mustache.
That's maximum French.
Old school right there. I think the difference, you know, as we get into this match a little bit, just to give a little heads up and why there might be. Go ahead and give this breakdown here, Hans.
Well, De Groot and Van Kut rolling their way, didn't win games in straights, but did not drop a set. And wearing that favorites tag, moving their way straight through into this final and looking to repeat as Paralympic Games champions.
That's just what the Dutch do. Nobody in the history of medal matches in wheelchair tennis has been able to dethrone the Dutch in the doubles. And that is impressive.
It absolutely is. You associate countries with sports and disciplines, and the Netherlands, you often think, you know, in Olympic and Winter Olympic context about things like speed skating, long track speed skating, but wheelchair tennis, particularly women's doubles, absolutely owned by the Dutch.
Yeah, across the world, if you think about the Brazilians in soccer, or maybe the Argentinians and things like that, the great Canadian hockey players and things like that. In wheelchair tennis, the Dutch women have had a dominance unlike any other nation in any other sport since the inception of this sport, really. Back in the 80s when it became a kind of international sport. They have just, they've figured out the recipe. It's a perfect storm there in the Netherlands, and they are doing it.
Dutch tandem being introduced to the crowd here at Philippe Chatrier.
What a visually appealing sight right there. I mean, look at that. That is aesthetically as pretty as it gets. Maybe the grass at Wimbledon, but I think the red clay just pops. And if you're watching at home, I can't imagine a better spectacle to look at right now than Philippe Chatrier Stadium here at Roland-Garros.
Now, Paul, we were talking earlier in the tournament, and I asked you about chairs and clay versus hard surface. And so, are there any differences in terms of preparation or training that you might be doing for clay versus hard surface?
Well, you're certainly going to get yourself on, in preparation for an event like this, the Paralympics, the highest echelon of this sport. You're going to be exclusively on the red clay if you have access to the red clay as long as you can for a period to build up in preparation for being on the red clay. Now, some places have more access to red clay than others, but I think ultimately most of the athletes that came here in preparation for these games were on clay in preparation for weeks at a time prior to these games. So what's the difference? Well, typically it's considered the first push and your ability to roll on the clay versus hard court. On hard court, more momentum. We'll get into it. We'll continue to talk about the differences, but let's just see this first point unfold.
Netherlands versus Japan. Women's doubles final is underway.
And everybody getting involved on point number one, kind of like a little warm-up rally right there, but ultimately it's Van Koot with the forehand through the middle.
On serve. Double faults. I did one of her singles matches earlier in the tournament, and right out of the gate, took her a while to find serve, and double fault here in game one.
She had some trouble serving the deuce side yesterday in her singles semifinal. Specifically on the deuce side. Struggled a little bit. Struggles continue.
#1 ranked women's singles player on earth, Peter de Groot.
Galaxy. Let's just throw it out there. Universe. She's been amazing for an extended period of time.
A little bit long with that return to serve.
I talked about the righty-lefty matchup, and there's a great example right there where normally Van Koot is going to be attacking with that inside-out forehand, and she's going to be going into the backhand of a right-hander. But now she's going into the forehand of Kamiji, and it's kind of a balanced, kind of negates that attack. So that's an interesting dynamic. We'll see how it unfolds throughout the day.
First break point of the match. Tremendous volley.
And it's not up. Great job there by Aniek Van Koot. Sneaking in. Showing off the hands. Something we're likely to see a little bit more from the Dutch than we are from the Japanese team is coming in and the ability to do that.
Slice. To get. Oh, how good.
That is beautiful tennis from Aniek van Koot, one of the great doubles players in the history of the sport. Knew exactly what she wanted to do. Pulled in Kamiji here, and no hesitation. Up and over, clean winner, no chance for Tanaka to track that one down.
Having successfully fought off 2 break points, we're deuce.
Seamless switch there from the Japanese team.
Winner.
Nicely done. I think the Dutch anticipating an attack through the middle. Tanaka wisely takes it up the line past Van Koot here. Watch the Dutch protect the middle. Yeah. Held that ball so nicely.
Perfect placement. Third break point. That return just long, so first break. Japan with the best possible start, leading 1 game to love. First game of this women's doubles gold medal match.
Yeah, it's going to be a test of patience here today for the Dutch, as the Japanese team is going to look to put up this just unified backcourt. Solid wall, not a lot of attacks in the front court, as you saw on display there in the first game. And can the Dutch figure out the formula as how to get past and through and around that united front of Japan?
It's a nice angle volley from de Kut in that first game. But Japan showing us that they are here to play. It is not going to be a coronation for this team from the Netherlands. They are going to repeat as Paralympic Games. Tanaka on serve as we begin the second game of this gold medal match. Oh, splitting the defense for the winner.
Yeah, and I think this could be an area that we really hone in on here. Neither one of the Japanese players dynamic on the serve. So very few free points, very few really great looks after the returns. I think this is an area that the Dutch are going to look to really exploit throughout the day. They're going to be on the attack and look to press the action off the return of serve game. You see both the Dutch women so far getting well inside the baseline to make these returns.
Ready to receive serve. Once again up the middle, bearing fruit for the Dutch.
Yeah, and typically the strategy is going to go hard with the return at the server, not allow that server to get any momentum created. So now you really create a 2-on-1 attack versus the other player. So for example, Tanaka serving, she's going to get pinned down oftentimes. Yui's going to be able to get moving, but that's a 2-on-1 attack from the Dutch against the Japanese players. Lob there. Van Koot covers with the lefty forehand.
Attempted winner, and it's a good one. Cross court, Dida de Groot.
And that's the firepower we see from the world #1 right there on display. And that's just something that the Japanese cannot match. Singular firepower.
Triple break point. Looking to break straight back after a service break in the first game. Great opportunity for the Netherlands.
That's just too good right there.
Annick Van Koot with the lovely cross-court drop shot. Perfect angle. And a straight points break for the Netherlands.
That's just pure doubles playing experience there. Comfortably knew exactly what she wanted to do from the minute she took off after that drop shot.
So although Dida de Groot justifiably gets so much of the attention, it's actually Annick Van Koot who is carrying the early load for the Netherlands, playing very well. And she is on serve.
She's won gold with multiple partners, so clearly she is a integral cog in the machine that is Dutch women's tennis on the doubles court. Look at that. And if her forehand is on, then it's tough times for any opponent. The backhand is always rock solid. Forehand can be dicey sometimes, but it's been very good so far today.
That's an absolute rocket cross court. Just long with the attacking shot, Dida de Groot. Onto the visor.
Yeah, and we're clearly seeing the game plan. They're going to continue to attack Tanaka until they get something weak, and then maybe be able to exploit Kamiji. Kamiji going to see very few balls here today. She gets to serve, she gets to return, and then she gets to just watch Tanaka and hope that her partner can hold up.
Awaits the return. There's a winner from Dida de Groot. Approaches the net, puts it away. Lovely.
Yeah, the fact that she could top that ball. Many players would dig that out with the slice, but her ability to get over that, underneath it, and then roll it into the open court and have it still explode. Different level.
Annick Van Koot speaks 6 languages.
That's like 7 more than I do.
Patience paying off. As that lob goes long. Game point for the Netherlands.
Moving along nicely now, kind of got a little rhythm, got the game plan established, looking pretty comfortable as they look to get to this early break with a 2-1 lead.
for our first service hold in this match. Netherlands with a great opportunity to do just that right now.
Saw a good example there of something the Dutch are able to do that I think the Japanese have not been able to do so far on that return of serve. Even with the attack from Kamiji, it's de Groot who's able to take that pressure off the server and get that first ball. And that allows Van Koot to get up and running.
Oh, what a wonderful volley. Annick Van Koot has started this women's gold medal match in absolutely blazing fashion.
Yeah, don't know if Kamiji was, I think she was trying to whip that one past her. It didn't look like she was trying to lob. I think she was trying to get to that alley, not able to do it. And Van Koot sticks the winner.
Netherlands 2, Japan 1. First set, women's doubles gold medal match at the Paralympic Games.
Tennis players have specially designed wheelchairs. The ball may bounce up to 2 times, but the second bounce may also take place outside of the court.
En 1982, la France est devenue le premier pays d'Europe à créer un programme de tennis en fauteuil roulant.
In 1982, France became the first country in Europe to create a wheelchair tennis program.
Time.
Lots of smiles on the faces of the Dutch contingent here at Philippe Chatrier. A little bit more concern in the Japanese supporters camp. Just 2 out of 3 sets. Gold medal match.
Oui, Kamiji.
Tough spot for Kamiji and Tanaka now to try to get this hold.
Just long with the approach.
Saw an example there in the early going at that point. Maybe the difference between these two teams had an open court. Kamiji goes strong with the forehand, but it's not strong enough. And Van Koot's able to prolong that point. On the Dutch side, they're able to finish those points a little bit more. So that's kind of one of the separating points from these two teams here.
Japanese fans here in numbers 2. Well, that cross-court attempt misses the mark.
Get the sense that most of these points, the overwhelming majority of these points, are on the rackets of the Dutch team. They're going to dictate play. They'll hit the winners, but it could be the unforced errors too. If they can keep those under control, they should be in good shape. Japanese are going to be steady all day.
Oh, lovely backspin drop.
With Kamiji up, she knows that Tanaka has got to stay deep to defend. Right here, you know, Tanaka's getting depth, thinking an attack is coming, dumps the ball, short court. Great court sense there by the world number one.
Red play on the ball. Is that backspin bit? Japan already making history. This is the first Japanese team ever to reach a women's doubles final at the Paralympic Games. Oh, you could tell that Van Koot wanted to attack that return, just netted it.
Had ill intent. That's kind of what they're going to have to live with today. Staking aggressive cracks at some things to try to dictate play, dealing with the unforced errors if they come, not backing off.
So Japan with an opportunity to have a service hold in return to the one delivered by the Dutch in the previous game.
The little rush there on that second serve didn't really look comfortable. Kind of looked like she rushed through it. And again, when you know that Dita de Groot's on the receiving end and that you've got to get that chair up and running, you might just get out of rhythm once in a while.
Just serving a deuce, left-hander. Dita de Groot wanted to hammer that one, and she did, but misses the line. Advantage Japan.
Even with that miss, she sends a signal that you need to be ready for that attack at any time, and that has an impact on the match. Tanaka doing a phenomenal job there of just accepting the pace and the relentless attack from the Dutch and just outsteadying them. And Koot with the unforced error. Tanaka holding up her end right now.
It's a service hold for Japan. Gold medal match, first set, best of three. They're deadlocked, 2 games apiece. Netherlands on serve. This will be Dita de Groot. First net of a return that we've seen from Kamiji.
She is rock solid. Just relentless balls in play, tactical genius on the court in singles. That's her specialty. Ability to move the ball all around the court. Not the firepower that somebody like de Groot has, but tactical IQ off the charts.
Nanami preparing to return serve.
And if the Dutch continue to give free points, that's exactly going to play into what could give this Japanese team some real confidence. Their steady play is their pressure.
Groot struggling with serve early in this match. Seen that in some of her singles games as well. The serve comes right, look out. Come on! That'll get the blood racing.
Not only powerful, just look at the location here. And this is the type of shot it needs to be in order to beat these Japanese girls, as they can cover court, but that thing is painted.
Spectators at Philippe Chatrier appreciating that skill. (30-15). Second double fault of the game for Dieter de Groot. First service percentage, just 39% for the Netherlands at this point.
And we're back to neutral.
Well, candidate for point of the match early going.
Yeah, this is where things got a little interesting. I thought Van Koot might come around the post right there and try to come behind Kamiji. Point gets lengthened, the drop shot attempt and the unforced error. Japanese looking strong right now. Confidence growing with every point won here, as the Dutch continue to struggle on the serve in particular.
Break point. We'll get a look at second serve. And a double fault for the break. So the service woes continue for the Netherlands, and it is Japan now with the break and a 3-2 lead in the first game of this best of three gold medal match. Women's doubles, wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games. Tanaka Manami preparing to serve for Japan, who are now enjoying a 3-2 lead and are on serve in this first game, this best of three women's doubles final.
I think she's been the difference maker so far. She has held up 5 games into this match. She has held up her end of the partnership and has looked very strong, very reliable. It's going to force the Dutch into perhaps some different tactics.
Lovely volley.
Not the strength of Kamiji up there at net. Exposed ultimately. She makes her living at the baseline and behind. So look to see if the Dutch can draw her in more often.
Just wide.
A couple of errors off the racket of Kamiji now. And, the service game of Tanaka continues to be an area that the Dutch have been able to get to so far. Broke her in the first go-round. Looking to do the same here.
Netherlands looking to get back on serve. Service break would be huge for them right now. Quality point, just applying steady pressure from the baseline.
Very steady and relentless. And ultimately, it's the weaponry of De Groot and them having to respect all areas of the court. It's the middle that she chooses on that particular occasion.
Triple break point. De Groot wanted to end that game early, attacking the return, but nets it.
And why not at love 40 or 40 love in their favor? Take a rip on a second serve. Not a bad choice. Kind of keeps your motor running. Keeps you in that aggressive mindset.
Van Kut to receive. Still 2 break points for the Netherlands. Strong return from Van Kut, forces the error, and that will be a break for the Netherlands. And we are back on serve.
Back and forth we go. But there's that continued heavy pressure on Tanaka.
Chair umpire Vessenix looks on.
Up to the Dutch to get their service games in order here. Probably looking at the entirety of this match thinking, all right, we've now established that we can break Tanaka with some regularity. I think that's what they're thinking right now. We've got to take care of our service games. If we do that, we're going to be in good shape.
It will be Annemiek van Kut to serve for the Netherlands. Great court coverage again from all of these athletes.
Yeah, the Dutch are seamless in that department, as have been the Japanese so far. Offensive opportunity there by Kamiji, finds the net.
Van Kut goes for the corner winner, but just wide. Feels like to me, Paul, that the Dutch team are feeling it a little bit more now, and they're pressing harder with those attacking shots. Not all coming off, but signaling their intent anyways.
No doubt, that is the strategy. They know they can't back off that and just fall into a get balls in play pattern. that would flip the advantage to the Japanese, I think. So they've got to maintain that aggressive posture. It's the hallmark of their game, so there's no reason for them to back off it.
Oh, there's a winner from the backcourt from Kameji Yui.
Yeah, the lob didn't need to be that good this time. The group's so tight to the net. Watch how close she is. Just got to get it over her head and down. And Koot just no time to chase that one down. Not enough air underneath it.
Full stretch. But just cannot get it back in court. So Japan with an opportunity to break.
And that's kind of like a little bit of a, you know, is Japanese going to be steady here again? Is Tanaka or Kamiji just going to put another ball in play? And all of a sudden they just pop one into a corner and they catch you off guard. That's kind of where they kind of sneak up on you a little bit, and it will take a point, steal a point.
And that one's into the net. Flip of the racket in disgust from De Groot, and Japan have broken. What a gold medal match we have got going on here.
18th unforced error by the Dutch team. That is the difference so far, and that's what's given Japan 4-3.
Excellent start for the team from Japan. Number 2 seeds coming into this match against the number 1 seeds, but the 2 seeds so far having the slightly better of the scoreboard anyways, if not the general play.
So many times it comes down to this simple statistics of consistency and the unforced errors, especially in doubles. When there's 4 good players on the court, all capable of covering court, and they know how to do it as a tandem, there's really no place to go. So ultimately it's a test of patience and who can stay steady longer. And right now the Japanese have been steadier and have forced the Dutch into some uncomfortable opportunities. And the unforced errors, as mentioned, are beginning to mount and kind of create an issue for the Dutch right now.
So what do you imagine is the conversation going on in the Dutch camp now in terms of do you change approach? Do you just stick with what you're doing?
Just a little bit more stay aggressive. They have to do that, but maybe a stay aggressive to a few more high percentage targets and really wait for the moments when there's a clear opening, which is tough when Japan's doing such a great job of covering court. But we'll see if they adjust their targeting just a little bit. Maybe a few more attacks to the middle.
That one just long.
And confirmed.
It's one thing that you can do on the red clay that it's hard to do on a hard court. Ask the umpire to come down and have a look at a ball mark.
Oh, this would be amazingly big if Japan could get a hold here and get that 2-game advantage and put the Dutch in a spot to serve to stay in the match or in this set.
Miscue on the backhand, that time from Tanaka, nets.
Still plus 10 in the unforced error department compared to the Dutch.
patience being shown on this point by the Dutch team. And it pays off.
Perfectly noted, 100%. And the Dutch are capable of doing this if necessary. I mean, their preference obviously is to slug and get after it and push people around, kind of bully them on the court. But they have hit thousands and thousands of balls, so they are capable of going that route if necessary.
The push to aggression coming back into the Dutch game on that point, but de Groot nets the attack shot, 30-30. Just catches line.
I really like this view right here. You're getting to see it at the angle from the players. Height of the ball, trajectories, depth in court, pace. Great view right here.
Just wide.
Tanaka with the dropper, seizing the opportunity to pull de Groot in. If she can't track it down, nobody can.
Got racket to ball. Return goes wide. Game point. Opportunity missed for Japan, and the Netherlands forced the game to deuce. Paul, you touched on it. This has the feel of an enormously important game in this early going in the match.
Yeah, you're coming around here. They go up 5-3, Dutch serving. We've looked at the statistics. They're struggling so far in that department. That would be a tough service game right there.
All right, deuce. And a very unfortunate double fault for the Japanese. Kamiji Yui. They say that great athletes need very short memories.
Oh, I believe it. 100% have to dismiss it. I think she's one of the best at that, typically and historically.
Oh, how good is that? Stade de France. Huge break of serve for the Netherlands.
It's such a relief when the Dutch in particular can get a point like that. Get a serve, one return, not have to grind out a point. That's the luxury that they have compared to the Japanese. And it's almost a relief when they can get a one swing, 1 point in their favor. A little bit demoralizing too for the Japanese.
So can Stade de Groot find her serve? Well, first serve in on this occasion. Oh, angle for angle from the Dutch. What a point.
Van Koot opens it up on the Tanaka side. De Groot finishes it on the Kamiji side. Really beautiful point right there. I think we're going to come back to that 4-3 game there and the chance that Kamiji and Tanaka had. One chance to hold. That might have been the difference.
Oh, how good was that? Tanaka Minami, cross court, beauty.
I mean, it's do it once. Maybe it was lucky. Do it twice. It looks pretty comfortable. She's got that shot. And the Dutch are going to have to continue to respect that going forward. She pulls that out of nowhere. Disguises it beautifully. Tanaka doing such a great job with the depth piece.
Kamiji nets. At that point had a lot of everything. Van Kut keeping the point alive with really just had to fight one off in the corner. Ultimately the Netherlands prevail on the point. 30-15. Moments to remember. Philippe Chartrier. Line. Settles down. Incredible get. And a miss hit off the racket ends an epic point at Roland-Garros.
We don't have enough time to unpack that one. There was so many different dynamics that went on throughout the entirety of that point. That would be a coach's delight to get that one on film, sit some young players down and says, let's break this point down here in its entirety. But ultimately, it's what has gotten them here this far. Japan too steady. Wow.
30 all. Van Kut with the winner.
Sitting on that one. She's seen it a number of times now from Tanaka. She read that one, got on the wheels. Look at that. Double wheel push in, rolls it cross court. Sends a message.
Game point for the Netherlands. You know, every game important in a gold medal match, but service hold here essential, but a double fault at the worst possible time for Dida de Groot. Brings us back to deuce.
Sixth of the match, and that one came at a critical time. We had an earlier one for a game point that went in favor for Team Japan. Now this one, Dutch with a chance to get a game and go up 5-4. That one potentially costly as well.
The knowledgeable spectators at Philippe Chatrier trying to rally de Groot after that double fault. That one just long. So it will be game point for the Netherlands. Their bit to hold. Good first serve that time, but the approach is long. And we go back to deuce.
This one is starting to build into one of those games that is an absolute difference maker. You have to believe the winner of this one has some significant momentum going into that changeover.
First set, the best of three. To the net. And for the winner, Dina de Groot.
It's what #1 players in the world do in moments, big moments. They say, you know what, I've got to be the top dog here on the court. I've got to take over and do some things. Didn't hesitate one bit right there.
Taking charge. And she hits an absolute curler to win the point and win the game.
Yeah, and that all started there when Tanaka got out of sorts right there on that little half volley, not in between hop, not able to do enough of that, allows the Dutch to get on the offensive, and then there's the finish by de Groot.
As Paul said, champions doing what champions do. Great volley in the clutch. 5-4 lead for the Netherlands over Japan in the women's doubles gold medal match. First set, best of three. Sweeping view at Philippe Chatrier at Roland-Garros, this fabled venue, Grand Slam venue, and now the venue at the Paralympic Games for wheelchair tennis. First time ever at the Paralympic Games that we've been at a Grand Slam venue. And this gold medal match in women's doubles, worthy of the occasion and worthy of the venue. We have got an absolute dynamite match going here. Tanaka of Japan to serve. Serving 4-5, first set.
Yeah, I think the pressure is relieved right now for the Dutch for the moment. I think they're going to get back to their aggressive ways here and look to close this out. Dina de Groot finished that last game on a hot streak. Look for that to continue here.
There's a winner up the middle from Annick van Kut. And Paul, you mentioned this Dutch team have had some success attacking Tanaka on serve.
Yeah, that's been the consistent thing we've seen throughout the day here. All service games for Tanaka have been a struggle.
Love 30.
Mixing it up beautifully. Van Kut showing off the touch.
3 set points for the Netherlands.
And that's what you get when you've been relentlessly driving balls on the return at that server right there. She's anticipating something, waiting for that pace to come, ready to absorb, doesn't have a chance to get moving, and then at a dead stop, the drop shot comes, no chance.
They say sometimes it builds slowly, then it happens fast, and it's happening fast here in this game for the Netherlands.
There's the attack, right? That's it.
Service break for the first set for Diede de Groot and Annick van Kut. What a battle it was in this first set, but set number 1 going to the current Paralympic Games women's doubles champions. De Groot and van Kut 6. Kamichi Tanaka of Japan 4. 1 set in the books.
Yeah, that Dutch team had to come into that return game there with just an immense amount of energy. Here's our 57-minute statistics on the set. Ultimately, look at the total winner differential. Difference maker right there. And the steadier unforced error numbers from the Dutch as well, from the 4-3 game on through the completion of that set. That was the difference.
It's a real battle for those. There's been so much talk about this Dutch team as we enjoy some of the action from that first set.
There were plenty of great moments. Drop shots on display from both teams. Lob there from Kamiji. That was the most dynamic point of the match, really, with that perfect combination from the Dutch duo. There's their set point right there. Just too much overwhelming power from the Dutch down the stretch there at the end of that first set.
Still smiles on the face of the Japanese supporters. Their team are battling. At one point in that first set, had a chance to win a service game that would have given them a 2-point edge. At the time, that felt decisive, Paul. You noted that at the moment, and it turned out to be, in fact, probably the turning point of the set.
Yeah, when you're playing a team like De Groot and Van Kut, you're going to get a couple of looks sometimes. And then if that door does not get fully pushed open, that door might be closed for the rest of the day. Right now, it got closed on this set. We'll see how the Japanese respond. Can they bring the same amount of energy? But now the Dutch are fully aware of what they're up against and how to combat it. They've got the weaponry to exploit it.
And that's a good point, because this is actually, unbelievably, the first time that these teams have actually met.
Yeah, right. The partnerships have been kind of rotational for the Japanese players, but for the Dutch, it's been a little bit more of a consistent thing. And ultimately, you'd have to think that that long-standing partnership of De Groot and Annick van Kut comes through in moments like that moment we saw at 4-3 when the pressure was on and they were able to answer. A lot of that goes to, we've played together, we've been in these moments before, we know how to answer in these moments.
Well, answer they certainly did, taking out the first set 6-4 in this best-of-3 gold medal game. Wheelchair tennis women's doubles. We are at the legendary Roland-Garros on the premier court, Philippe Chatrier. Paris 2024. It's so well supported by the fans and the people of Paris and the people of France. Athletes are grateful for it as we begin set number 2.
Yeah, you and I were talking in preparation for this match about the contrast between these games and Tokyo. And the fans, that's the singular and most dynamic aspect of what was difference between two great cities hosting two great events.
Well, what a point to open set number 2.
Somewhat similar to the point that opened up set number 1. Everybody getting involved, everybody getting a look. The outcome there, the error off the racket of De Groot on the attack.
Dismissive wave of the hand from Van Kut on that first serve attempt. Effective second serve, however.
You know, as I'm thinking about this match here, you know, one of the interesting dynamics is the Dutch and their ability to play a couple different styles. And they can go heavy on the attack, as we've seen many times in this match. They can go consistent if necessary. The Japanese have kind of one game plan, and that's the consistent game plan, the steady game plan. They really don't have the option to say, all right, we're going to go aggressive and really start to dictate play here. And that's what just continues to give this Dutch team a pretty heavy advantage here.
We have seen the Japanese attack, but in different ways. They will try to go deep into the court, pin into the corner. Create some angles occasionally, but you're right, the firepower of this Dutch duo is quite something. Just wide. De Groot wants another look at it. She's not convinced. Allows the chair umpire to have a look as well.
Some question, might be ball good here. I think we're going to get an overturn.
So worth asking the question. In respect to the chair umpire.
Number 1 player in the world, perhaps number 1 eyes in the world from Dita De Groot there. She was convinced from the start that that ball was good.
So the point will be replayed. Nix in the chair. Well, you knew that De Groot wanted to hammer that one. She was lining it up.
I was looking at the middle there. I thought that was looking tasty. And then she said, yeah, that's probably what the Japanese are thinking as well. All started with a tremendous serve there by Van Kut to set that up. Another great serve.
Service winner.
And that was one of the few things that the Dutch didn't do well in the first set, is serve with any great proficiency. But if they get that thing going here, get this serves dialed in, another area going to be a problem for Team Japan. Yep, go forward just a little bit more there. Aniek, don't let that ball quite drop that much. She knows it. Gets it about another 6, 8 inches higher. She's able to drive through that ball.
Still game point for the Netherlands. Oh, went for the winner, but it's long.
But she made the adjustment, got on that ball the way she should. That's the kind of air she can live with right there.
We are at deuce. Unforced error creates another game point for the Netherlands. I do get the feeling if the Netherlands can get themselves a service game clear, could become an unstoppable force. We're a long way away from that. First game, second set. Once again going for the winner, but just wide. Do you like the tactics, Paul?
I do. I like that right there. Kind of breaking pattern a little bit. And again, that's something that pays off later. So now Tanaka knows, I've got to respect that. She didn't miss that by much. I've got to respect that shot. Now that maybe opens up something else in the future. It's like a message delivered. And again, scoreboard in favor of the Dutch at the time. What's the worst thing that happens? We go back to deuce. Don't make that same decision, probably down a break point right there. Go with consistency.
That's backhand from Tanaka. Approaches. What a rally, what a point. Japan prevail.
Testing the patience of the Dutch, predominantly on the racket of Van Koot, who was strong in the early going to that point. But in the end, she produces the error.
Great point for Japan.
Looked like early on going here, maybe easy hold has now turned into a real battle.
In the court. And that one is long, and that will be a break. Japan down a set. Get the early service break in set number 2.
And it's just one game in here, but some frustration there. Dutch really wanted that hold. didn't get it. Had their chances.
1-0, set number 2, women's doubles gold medal match at the Paralympic Games. Kamiji and Tanaka on serve. Second game of the second set. Chair umpire asking the spectators to please take their seats. Another very good crowd on hand at Philippe Chatrier.
We haven't had a 2-game advantage except for the set closeout there. It's been back and forth, back and forth. If Japan here could somehow get that 2-point advantage, what they were looking for at 4-3 in the first set, be significant.
And it is. Kamiji Yui on serve. First point goes to the Netherlands, however. De Groot.
Just pushes that ball so deep, gets on top of Tanaka. She's not able to generate anything.
Cross-court, corner court play, but that approach a little bit too strong from Anyik Van Kut, rather. $15-all.
Second serve.
Service let. Second serve will be retaken. Japanese team very apparently targeting Van Kut.
It's an uncharacteristic attack at the front court from the Japanese there, and it produces really nice swinging volley off the forehand side there. Van Kut, I mean, De Groot cannot corral it. But you're right, Hans. Looks like they're really going to try to hone in on Van Kut for a moment or two here.
McCord. And the return is long. Definite frustration.
Yeah, that's left over. I think a little bit of that is left over from that first service game. I think Anyik came out serving well in the early part of that game. Japanese hung in there and ultimately got the break. And she was showing some clear frustrations in that moment. Bleeding over here into game number 2.
Multiple game points here for the Japanese, and there it is. Crucial service hold for Japan, and they do get that 2-game gap here in the second set.
Currently at an 2-to-1 unforced error ratio. 8 for the Dutch, 2 for the Japanese in this set. Only 2 games in.
So can the defending Paralympic Games women's doubles champions from the Netherlands rally? They're 1 set to the good, but 2 games to the bad. Here in the second set, it will be Dida de Groot to serve.
Thank you.
Lovely backspin approach.
Yeah, you're typically anticipating her driving the backhand. That's her bread and butter. So in that moment right there, when she cuts it, drops it, kind of caught on your heels a little bit. Clearly taking a lot off that serve there just to make sure that it's in. Wanting to keep that percentage higher wisely. Attack against Van Hoop continues.
Excellent get.
A little bit out of sorts now on the Japanese side. Now settle it down right here, something high.
Patience paying off for the Netherlands on that point.
Saw a nice little attack there by the Japanese, and nice job by Tanaka up at net, but the Dutch able to kind of hold up underneath it, outsteady the Japanese there.
De Groot nets that attacking shot, uncharacteristic for her. Having a stronger service game so far in this game, however, due to De Groot.
But you can see she's backed way off on that serve. She kind of just rolling them in. Not looking to do damage with the serve at all. I think they want to be hitting many second serves. Don't trust it enough.
Tanaka having their own private match here. Thanks to Kamiji. Down the line. Aggressive forehand from De Groot. Too hot to handle for Kamiji.
But the Dutch showing their ability to be patient when backed into that option. Grind out a couple of points here.
Service hold crucial for the Netherlands here.
Back on the attack, and it pays off. They get a much needed hold on the De Groot serve. Now we go to that Tanaka service game, which has been a place that the Dutch have been able to really exploit throughout that entire first set. 3 breaks against her serve. Certainly going to be confident.
Roof is closed at Philippe Chatrier. Rain earlier in the day in Paris, but thanks to that retractable roof, not a factor in terms of the playing conditions for the athletes. Gold medal game, wheelchair tennis women's doubles final. Dida de Groot, Aniek van Kut of the Netherlands looking to defend the title that they won in Tokyo. Took the first set, but here in set number 2, it is Kamiji Yui and Tanaka Manami of Japan with a 2-1 lead.
Classic
Walker,
rock.
very entertaining.
Classic rock. We got that too. We got great wheelchair tennis, and we get classic. Oh, come on. And the fans are loving it.
Oh, for a minute. Well, never mind. We're certainly on the red clay of dreams here at Roland-Garros.
Somebody's coming away with a dream come true here for sure. Anytime you're in a gold medal match, that's what dreams are made of.
See that red clay on the casters front and back on these specialist chairs that the wheelchair tennis athletes use.
You find the red clay in places you can't even imagine after you've been playing on these courts for a while. And you go home and weeks later, hey, what's this? Red clay. Dutch a little bit more prepared for that Tanaka drop now than they were earlier in the match. She's not catching them off guard anymore.
Backspin drop attempt. Read well by Van Kut.
And again, without as many weapons, arrows in the quiver for the Japanese, if they can eliminate one like they have right now, in my opinion, they've eliminated that drop shot as being a real concern for them. They're anticipating it better. They're taking it away from Tanaka now. And now that becomes just neutral. That's a bit of a difference maker. There's that heavy pressure on the Tanaka serve. The return coming right at her, locking her up. She's really good once she gets her chair going. She gets into her rhythm. She's incredibly reliable. But in this position right here, from that stationary spot while you're serving, she's been susceptible. Kamiji almost baiting Van Kut right now to go somewhere else.
Come up the line, I dare you. Nope, I'm going cross court for the winner. Great shot.
Van Kut saying, not taking the bait. Beautifully delivered forehand cross-court winner right there.
Triple break point. This for the Netherlands to get back on serve. And they will get a look at second serve. Still alive.
No, Tanaka did a phenomenal job of digging that one out, keeping that point, like you said, alive. Right here. Great get.
And a well-deserved fist pump. That was an amazing get.
Still a lot of work to do here, up against 2 more break points.
Please.
And a disappointing way to end the game with a service break. But a very valuable service break for the Netherlands. That draws them level. 2 games all, second set.
Probably been the most consistent thing we've seen in this match so far is the breaks of serve on the Tanaka service games. Oh, and almost have a comfort level when they get to that Tanaka service game. One thing you don't want is a dangerous Dutch team feeling comfortable.
Aniek van Koot now serving for the Netherlands. Best of 3 sets. Gold medal match. Double fault in return. Love 15. Van Koot and de Groot looking to repeat as Paralympic Games champions. Tight roping the line. Patience again, paying dividends for the Netherlands.
Showing that they're capable in that department. And that can be disheartening when you think you have an advantage against a team and you find out, you know what, they can be steady, just as steady as us. Now what? Japan knows they can't match them in the winner hitting category. They have to outplay them in the steady game. And now the Dutch showing they're capable in that department.
Wow, what a return. Kenichi Yui with the winner.
Haven't even seen many attempts like that. Just seized that little opportunity. Dita heavily favoring the center location. Left shaking her head there.
Again, cross court. Good get from de Groot.
Court's open, but now back to neutral. De Groot takes over.
Yes, indeed, it was, in fact, Aniek van Koot covering ground. Back to 30-all.
And that was a drop shot winner multiple times in the first set. Now that's become just another ball in play. Just shows you the adaptability of the Dutch and their ability to start picking up on that nuance of that shot from Tanaka. Prepared now to cover that.
Volley attempt. Short hop volley attempt from de Groot.
Nice aggressive ball there through the middle by Tanaka. Didn't look to just go steady, looked to go a little bit bigger.
Break point for Japan. Falls into the service court for a let. extra moment from Van Kut. Tanaka mishits.
Up their aggression just a little bit here. They certainly look like they're looking to take a few more opportunities to press the action. That missed opportunity there. We'll see if Van Kut and de Groot can get back on track here with this service game. Broke Van Kut the first game of this set.
And a come on from Annick Van Kut. Trying to fire each other up. And they now have the advantage. So from becoming perilously close to getting broken, chance to hold. And there it is.
Time forehand, Annick Van Kut. Says enough is enough. Tired of steady.
When the strength of your game is aggression, the aggression will come out at the big moments. The Netherlands now with a 3-2 lead in the second set of this best of 3, leading 1 set to love in the women's doubles gold medal match at the Paralympic Games, Paris 2024.
Can be found in the food and beverage session. The refunds and service will close 30 minutes after the end of your session.
Time.
Spectators enjoying their day at Roland-Garros. It's the gold medal match in women's doubles. The Netherlands leading 1 set to love and 3-2 in the second set of the best of 3. Netherlands looking to repeat as Paralympic Games women's doubles champions. The only winners of women's doubles ever at the Paralympic Games have been teams from the Netherlands, and Diede de Groot and Annick Van Kut trying to keep that tradition alive.
You almost wonder if they should change it from gold medal to orange medal. They've established that that's the way it's going to be. They're on track for it once again here. That last point being a great indicator that de Groot very much engaged here. Saw Van Kut close out the last game.
Oh, there's a drop shot winner from Tanaka. Lovely shot. I wonder what happens if you rub a little red clay on a gold medal. I wonder if you get orange.
I think for a period of time. Yep.
Lovely shot here. That return is long. Early advantage in this game. It's the team from Japan, and as ever, Japan love their sports people. Follow them intently. I can assure you that there are many, many, many people watching this match in Japan. First time a Japanese team has ever reached the gold medal game in women's doubles. Tanaka coming to the net. A rare foray forward, but perhaps the point in the match, Paul, where they're having to take some chances like that.
Yeah, I think they're sensing that we've got to do a few things differently. You know, we can't outsteady them. They're getting their aggressive posture, you know, figured out. Whacking balls past us. We're going to have to press the action a little bit. It was a good opportunity there. Had a good look. Not the right approach, not the wrong approach. But when you don't get a lot of reps doing that, it's tough in the big moments to all of a sudden just pull it out. Saw Tanaka once again looking to go forward there. Might stay up here on this one.
Deep approach. Oh, an excellent point and a fist pump from Tanaka.
Really the Dutch in charge of that point there. For most of it, really a great job by the Japanese to scrap, stay in it, get themselves a chance here. Now a point from 3-all.
A couple of high sitters on the forehand for De Groot on the previous point, but as you said, Paul, excellent defensive returns from Japan, and now a chance to hold. Oh, there's a winner!
Kamiji delivers on the forehand. Look at that thing just finding the corner. And 3-all it is, much to the dismay of the Dutch.
We have got ourselves quite the gold medal final. It's what you hope for.
It's been high quality. Both teams really showing why they're here in this match. There's no doubt. I would say right now, these are the #1 and #2 teams. And that is seeds holding true.
Dida de Groot on serve for the Netherlands.
We'll see if a little bit of that renewed aggression from Japan continues.
That return goes long.
And that's an example right there. That error comes from, she was planning on hitting that and coming forward. You could kind of see that's what she was setting up, and it's not something she does that much. So she's a little out of sorts there in that moment. Gets a little ahead of herself, already thinking, all right, I'm coming forward, I'm ready to volley, and doesn't execute the approach.
Good look there. The racket grip and the chair. Good overhead from Kamiji. Tanaka again attempting the drop, and Coots all over it. Defensive lob. Now some heat. Cross court. Great get. And there's a winner. What a point.
They outsteadied them. They defended. They finally got a look. And Kamiji cleans it up here with the forehand. A distraught Van Koot left to just look at it pass her by.
15 all.
That's a frustration swing right there. That's a, like, I just want to swing out here. I want to drive something, finish a point. I don't want to rally anymore.
Does that tell us something? Do the longer points, do you feel, Paul, favor the team from Japan over the long haul in this game?
I mean, that's the game they want. They don't want the quick points. They're not the ones that can typically deliver that. They know that the Dutch can, so they want to lure them in. And here we go with another chance here. 2 break points on the de Groot serve for the Japanese to go up 4-3, a place that they were at in the first set. Couldn't separate from that point on.
Oh, there's an important winner from Van Kut.
Every time you think it's the Japanese who have the momentum, you get a shot like that. Just finishes things off. The Dutch get tough again. Fight that off. 1 break point gone. This is where some firepower from Japan would really come in handy to put pressure on this second serve, but it's not going to be there.
Awkward position, but de Groot does well.
It's open. Thought that line on the Van Kut side was open for Kamiji.
With her back to the court, Tina de Groot
gonna get it. And a little frustration there. Opportunity lost. That's just raw strength from de Groot right there. Able to just drive that ball into the corner from a bad position on the court.
With her chair 180 degrees away from the net. We're back to deuce. Well, they say big matches have moments. This one feels like a moment to me, Paul.
You could really see Kamiji trying to dictate, trying to impose herself. And right there on the attack, it's de Groot who reads it, knows exactly what she wants to do, where she wants to go with it, and delivers. Topspin lob artistry right there from de Groot.
What a service hold this would be for the Netherlands.
Quite a turnaround. Just moments away, we were 15-40. Japan with the momentum. Suddenly it's Dutch. Just wide. Thought she had it.
I thought she had it too.
I did. Looked like it. Just missed.
Game of millimeters, sometimes we are at deuce. It's been quite an epic 7th game of this second set. That return is long. Once again, another game point coming up for the Netherlands.
Yeah, this was the moment at 4-3. We were at that same kind of place at 4-3 in the first set. Here we are at 3-3. It seems like this is going to be the difference maker game.
Oh, goodness. De Peter de Groot.
Bonjour, mademoiselle, double fault.
Yes. I'm not happy to see you at this moment in time.
Not at all.
Back to deuce. Comigi awaits. Van has to come forward. Sits up for Comigi. Being played a little bit cautiously just now. Backspin. Has to fight it off just in the court. Good volley from Tanaka. Good fend from Comigi. An absolutely epic point at Philippe Chatrier.
It's the veteran Van Koot delivering the final blow there. Too much power through the middle. Comigi cannot respond. You're right, it was an epic point, a momentum swinger. Now, can the Dutch close it out here and take the 4-3 lead? Last chance here, double fault from de Groot.
And again, double faulting on the ad court side. You could see the anguish. Paul, you noted earlier that she'd taken something off first serve to try and increase that first serve percentage, but at the worst possible times now, consecutive double faults for the world number one. We're back to deuce.
High drama continues here. Philippe Chatrier, women's gold medal match.
And another twist in the tail in the seventh game. Third break point now for Japan.
Don't want to be hitting this second serve. Muscles it in.
Feel the tension. Dropper.
Too much.
And that one is long. Another break point survived.
Tough to be able to finish this point with a slice right here. You want to be aggressive. She tries to be aggressive. Too much air. If you've got topspin, that ball comes down, runs, finishes. That's the difference. Opportunity lost again for Japan.
What a game this seventh game has turned out to be. We are back at deuce. Both teams have had opportunities to win the game. And now it's the turn of the Dutch. Advantage Netherlands.
To their credit, the Dutch keep swinging. Not even sure that that was a clean one from de Groot. She'll take anything she can get right now.
Yeah, at this point in a scrap like this, winning ugly is secondary to winning. Goodness gracious, double fault number 3 from that court, from the world number 1, Dita de Groot. Making things tough on herself.
Mentioned yesterday she was struggling on the deuce side. And just like that, it's the ad side.
We are back to deuce. Well, I have to laugh because this one has been like the world's longest arm wrestling match. 4th break point now for Japan. What a game. Again, netting first serve. Fights it into the court.
Boy, when she's needed it most, she's had it.
And that one is long, and it's a huge break for Japan. In a 7th game that had absolutely everything, both teams having chances to hold or to break. It is a break, and a huge one for Kamiji and Tanaka of Japan. They lead at 4-3. Second set, gold medal match in women's doubles at the Paralympic Games.
Time.
Well, what a picture that is. Philippe Chateau, the premier court, the premier tennis venue for clay court tennis. Roland-Garros. It is the gold medal match, wheelchair tennis women's doubles.
And we're circling back to the Tanaka service game, the place of comfort for the Dutch in a moment when they need comfort and something that they can be confident in, because it wasn't in that last service game from Dita de Groot. They have dominated this matchup so far in this match today. Will that continue?
Oh, there's a great placed winner from Kamiji Yui.
The drop shot separates the Dutch. This time, Kamiji able to drive the ball through the separated Dutch right here. The get pulls Van Koot out of position. One shot, perfect location, delivered by Kamiji. If the Japanese could get a hold on this serve, it would be monumental.
First serve clips the top of the net, falls in for a let.
Really all depends on the early going of the return. If they can really get after the returns, they take charge. That first point there, they didn't really take charge of the point right off the return. We'll see if it changes here.
Attacking that return, just as you said, Paul.
It's really all about that first strike, and if they get to Tanaka and put her on her heels, they tend to be in charge. If they can let her get running, playing field's leveled. Japan might even have the slight advantage all of a sudden.
15-all. Oh, an aggressive forehand attempt from de Groot finds the net. Tanaka Manami trying to scrap her way through a service game. Up 30-15. Just long. You hear the come on.
And there's the difference. We've had 2 returns from Van Koot, not particularly strong. Tanaka handles it, gets them in the point. 2 returns from de Groot, both dynamic. Error is forced off that. We're at 30-all. Pattern is really holding.
Deep approach just inside the line. Good communications. Fully to the barrier. Oh, what a point for the Netherlands. Nick Van Koot almost had to take that one out to the car park.
What a great get here. Kind of timed it despite getting ready to run into the wall. Opportunity there on the backhand side. Kamiji a little out of sorts there, lost in mid-court. In between hops, error.
Break point. Good take charge. Winner!
That topspin backhand is the difference. We saw the opportunity lost on the backhand of Kamiji earlier when she had a slice. Here, no doubt, the finishing power of de Groot on display.
Once again, the Netherlands managed to break the serve of Tanaka, and we are back level on serve, 4-4 in the second set.
Been the story of the day.
The finish line getting tantalizingly in view for the Netherlands, but maybe feeling no comfort at this moment.
4-3 games have been the difference maker in both sets. Both times, Japan with a chance to separate, don't get it done. The Dutch level the playing field. They rolled it from there in the first. We'll see if they can do the same here.
Just long. Oh, a good switch. Impatience paying off. And a bit of frustration there from Tanaka. She just got tied up a little bit.
Yeah, the difference there is the opportunity that was presented earlier in the point. Van Koot digs the drop shot out. No, Van Koot got the drop shot. De Groot takes the neutral position on the court, settles things down until the opportunity presents for them to get on the offensive. And those opportunities that Japan just can't quite close out on when they've opened up the court. That's been the difference.
Binal. That's that one. So a tension relieving point for Japan. 15-30. Sometimes the net's your friend, and sometimes it's not.
Boy, here in this tournament, they have stayed on the side of the hitter more than gone over. There are tight nets here. That's been my impression. Very few going net court over.
Good maneuvers around the forehand. Big stretch for de Groot. Tanaka comes forward. The volley. Open court. Good get. Defensive lob. Wow, what a point that was.
The Dutch out rallying the Japanese there. De Groot posting up in the center of the court and dictating play for the majority of that point.
4-4 in the set. 30 points to 30 points in the game. Dead even, second set. That approach goes long. And this brings up, well, yet another look at a break point at a crucial time in the second set. And there is the break. Game on in this gold medal match.
The Dutch stick to their game plan, stay aggressive, and it costs them in that one. De Groot looking to deliver on the forehand side, catches the tape. It is 5-4 Japan, a place they have not been yet. They have a chance to level things here if they can hold.
Les Jeux Paralympiques sélectionnera les meilleures images des Jeux à diffuser sur le site de Paris 2024.
Paralympic Games in Paris 2024 invites you to share your images of the games to social media for display on our venue video board. Simply scan the QR code on the video board now to send your content, and our team will select the best images from across the game to show across Paris 2024 venue.
Frige, appearing everywhere in Paris, including on people's heads, at Philippe Chatrier, Paralympic Games mascot. Here's another look. Les deux Friges. We have got ourselves a match, folks. Women's doubles gold medal match, wheelchair tennis. We are at Roland-Garros, Paralympic Games, Paris 2024. Kamichi Yui to serve.
Everything you would want in a gold medal match. High drama, intensity, just pressure points. We're not even close to the end of it.
Japan a service hold away from leveling this match.
Dropper from Van Koot this time. She returns in kind.
Well, that's very astute, Paul. She's been chasing Tanaka drop shots, it seems, the entire match, and that time, Van Koot, perfect placement.
Yeah, really turned the table there. Again, showing off her experience, high IQ.
Backhand slice is netted by Tanaka. A little finger point and a nice one, Dita.
And that's all about the gets that Van Koot has produced. Tried to be better with the drop shot right there. Couldn't deliver it. All because Anique Van Koot has dug out about a half a dozen of them so far today.
Powerful forehand. Sets up the winner, Dita de Groot. Showing us why she is the world #1 in women's singles.
Ultimately, I think it's that shot, the forehand of de Groot, that could be the difference maker here down the stretch.
Triple break point.
The Dutch have been up against it. They have answered every time so far today.
Kind of fight that one off. That one is wide, so it's a service break to love for the Netherlands. Up against it they were, but boy did they answer.
Disheartening to be broke at love right there. Really takes the wind out of the sails. Momentum with the 5-4 lead now gone. Back to 5-all. Will de Groot get the first serves in?
And we're about to find out as Dita de Groot opens it up in this 5-5 game. If we get to 6-all, of course, we will have a tiebreaker.
Just want to get to 15 love here in this first point.
Amen.
Oof. De Groot gives the nod, saying, yeah, I'm going to keep swinging that.
You know that on her own serve, and she knows as well as anybody that first serve has been a struggle for her, that she'll want to make up for that once the ball's in play. Job one, get the ball in play. No, double fault. My gosh.
It's almost hard to explain or even figure, like, how could it be that somebody with her level just struggling at that particular location, serving to the ad side. Typically a right-hander's home court, really.
Love 30. And now the opportunity again for Japan.
Talking to themselves. If I were coaching DeGroot right now, I would tell her, change your positioning on the court. Because servers are historically habitual. They go to the same location. I would say, go somewhere else. Find a new picture for yourself to see. She gets that one in, though.
Facing 3 break points.
This is when the Dutch have been superior today up against it.
Well, once again, they survive a break point.
Don't let them get back in this. Do not let them get back in this.
And there's the net, and it is the break. DeGroot broken on serve.
Of all the places we talked about the DeGroot forehand being the difference maker, it might be the forehand error that's the difference maker.
Japan with an opportunity to serve for the set. They lead 6-5 in the second set of this women's doubles gold medal match at the Paralympic Games. Number 1 seeds from the Netherlands are getting all they can handle from the number 2 seeds from Japan.
Can Manami Tanaka have the service game of her life right here?
Miss hits the backhand slice. First point goes to the Netherlands. Japan trying to force a third and deciding set.
You know, talked about positioning. I think if I'm Tanaka, I go 3-4 feet back behind that baseline and serve from there. She's on top of that baseline. When a deep return comes, it typically ties her up, doesn't allow her to do anything behind it. I'd give up space in front of her.
Paul Walker, wheelchair tennis coach, certainly knows what he's talking about here. They have been attacking Tanaka on service return. For De Groot for the winner. Perhaps feeling she owes her teammate one with the struggles on serve, but what a terrific point that was.
And Kamiji in a tough spot to have to defend there. Too many options for De Groot. She's got angle, she's got center. She ultimately takes line.
De Groot disguises so well. Good dig.
Tanaka just doing everything she can to fight these attacks off.
Long stretch. And a fist pump from the world #1. They do not want to let this go to a third set.
The Dutch, they embrace being down. They embrace backs up against the wall.
Triple break point to send us to a tiebreak.
Well, I think that's going to be dynamic.
Kamiji. Get. Somehow fighting it over the net. But there's the winner.
This time. Boy, the Dutch did a super job of closing that middle down. Both of them here committed to it. The second go-round. Kamiji splits him.
Keeping the game alive, but still 2 break points. Get the feeling that Aniek van Koot will absolutely attack second serve. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. We're going to a tiebreak in the second set of the gold medal game. Wheelchair tennis, Paralympic Games, Paris 2024.
A much relieved team Netherlands there in the stands. We could potentially be looking at a tiebreaker situation here, which would be highly dramatic if Japan can force the match tiebreak. Work to be done here in the set tiebreak.
Paul, for new fans, explain the second set tiebreak for us versus the third set tiebreak.
Yeah, this is a typical set tiebreak. First to 7, win by 2. Really, your standard set tiebreak, not a match tiebreak. Not yet.
Too good. Tina de Groot.
We just go point by point here. Now each server will have 2 serves at their disposal. First person to start the tiebreaker gets 1. Everybody else after this, 2 serves. We keep rotation.
Kamiji on serve. That approach is long. So we are on serve so far in this tiebreak. That's wide. Here's the first mini break.
Kind of an ill-advised offensive attack there from Tanaka. Not a lot of space to get that ball down the line in a big tiebreaker. Probably need to play percentages unless there's an opening.
Now, can Dita de Groot find court on her serve? No. It's been the story of the match from the ad court for the world #1. And double faults yet again from the ad court.
I hate to use this phrase, but that definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. And right now, that's what I'm seeing from Dita de Groot, going to that same serve location, trying the same serve. Mix it up, change it, go out wider, just get a different picture in your head, just to relieve that pressure. She's seeing the same thing over and over.
So the mini break advantage gone, back on serve in this tie break. Gets second serve in.
Too much. Nope. Good. That's too much. Thought that the drop from Tanaka was going to go wide. It finds the sideline. It's de Groot who pushes the ball deep.
So Japan now with the mini break. Tanaka to serve. De Groot to receive. She'll be looking to atone for the service error. Up the middle.
Yeah, Tanaka able to get some court positioning though and settle things down. Now we're at neutral.
Approach by de Groot. Good return from Kamiji. Big spin!
Oh. That was not really necessarily a full-on attempted dropper. That's just kind of a dig-out dropper that had a ton of juice on it. Exactly what Tanaka, she just digs this thing out and ends up just finding extra spin off that frame.
Maximum effort from Van Kut to try and dig it out. Can't get there. Edge to Japan in this tiebreak.
And as is the custom in the tiebreak, we switch sides at the accumulation of 6 total points. And that's where we're at, 4-2 for Japan.
Tanaka to serve. Van Kut with that aggressive backhand coming forward right at Tanaka.
Yeah, no hesitation there. And they're going to say, I don't think this is a place you want to play tennis with us up here in the front court. We're not going away from you. We're not going to Kamiji in that moment. We're going to attack you, Tanaka, and we're going to make you prove you can beat us at the net. Certainly the place that she does not want to be.
Tennis players of the future here at Philippe Chatrier. Fantastic crowd on hand. Gold medal game, women's doubles. Van Kut serving 3-4 in this tiebreak.
Don't expect Yui Kamiji to get many tennis balls. hit to her throughout the entirety of this exchange.
A real battle on that point. Perseverance paying off that time for Japan.
You can tell that nobody is comfortable on the court right now, and you can understand why. In the middle of a second set tiebreaker to force a match tiebreaker in a gold medal match, all players are just a little bit on edge right now.
Netherlands to serve 3-5. First to 7 by 2 will win the tiebreak.
Yeah, just can any one individual get out of that nervous mode and deliver?
And there is another point to Japan, and they do have multiple set points here in the second.
You're one of the interesting dynamics when you've been a team like the Groot and Van Koot, when you win, you know what, at the heavy majority, overwhelming majority, you're not in these positions very often. And so you really don't have that experience because they breeze the vast majority of the time when they play. Here they are in this biggest moment of all time up against it, but they've been good today in these moments.
Kameji Yui, set point.
That was a confident swing there from Dita de Groot. Difference.
With the drop, and
good enough. A mishit drop shot winner for the set.
We are going to a third set decider in the wheelchair tennis women's doubles gold medal match. Japan win the tiebreak, win the second set 7-6. We are going to a deciding third set. Stats from set number 2. We are going to a tiebreak.
I mean, I think in this instance, you throw the stats out the window. They're of no concern. It's about the human element on court here right now. And that's what we're seeing on display. We saw it on display in that tiebreaker. We're going to see it on display now going forward. How did we get here in the second set? Here's the highlights. It's a pretty back and forth set, as was the first one. It was late in the set. Japan got a hold of it, and they hung on. Netherlands battled back to force the tiebreaker, but in the tiebreaker, Japan was too steady, came up with a couple of great shots. And in the end, it ended up being a mishit drop shot winner that gave the set to Japan.
Tanaka Minami
right here.
Only athlete out there without a Grand Slam singles title to her name, but coming up big in the big moment.
We knew she was going to be under a lot of pressure here today, but she answered right there in that moment. High drama here in the gold medal match. everything you would want. All on the line going forward.
First time a Japanese women's pair have ever made the final in women's doubles. And they are on the brink. Well, they've already made history. But one set for all the marbles, Paul. Anything can happen.
Yeah, the real history would be that somebody other than the Dutch winning gold medal in the women's doubles.
Has been the happy place for Dutch tennis, women's doubles at the Paralympic Games.
They've done pretty well in the singles too.
Well, they sure have. Yeah.
But we're focused on doubles right now.
We certainly are.
And man, this is a moment. This is potentially a moment.
Now, Paul, you've coached a lot of elite tennis players in your time. We spoke earlier in the match about the mindsets of the favorites versus the underdogs, but in this kind of a situation now where championship game and kind of all on the line, you know, take us through some of the thinking process for both of these teams at the mid-set break.
Yeah, I think a lot of breathing has to go on right here. A lot of just positive conversations have to go on right here. What's been working, kind of a quick review. What's been working? What is our strength? Always remind about strengths first. Forget about weaknesses. Forget about things you haven't done well perhaps in the match. What are your strengths? What are my strengths? Let's see if we can get to those. The Dutch, they're strikers of the ball. That should be what they want to get back to. Not the tentative play that we've seen down the stretch here. They've, you know, the Japanese have kind of lured them into that tentative kind of just, you know, steady play. The Dutch are not built that way. They can play it, but their preference is to bang a little bit, to get aggressive, to press the action. Dita de Groot's got to step up and be the world #1. Aniek van Koot's got to be the rock. If they can get back to that formula, I think it favors the Dutch. But the Japanese, you know, can Yui Kamiji come up with some big shots? It's really on her racket as being a former world #1, currently the world #2. Tanaka's the only one that hasn't been in an opportunity like this ever in her career. Not really a mainstay in the Grand Slam environment yet in her career. Certainly not at the Paralympic Games. Has she ever been in a moment like this? Can she just play her role, which has been steady? She's played it really well so far today. And can she come up with maybe 1 or 2 moments where she has to step up? If she can, it would be remarkable. But she's been good. She's been great, really, quite frankly, so far today.
No, I'd agree with that. And you mentioned Dita de Groot. I mean, she has struggled on serve from the ad court. And, you know, how as a coach do you kind of gently approach that topic? You said, and I agree, you know, playing to your strengths. How do you address that aspect of her game at this point? Do you just leave it alone?
Yeah, I think it's not something you bring up. Yeah, I don't know if the coach is going to address something about your serve. I mean, it's certainly, you're not going to talk about anything technical. You're going to say something like, you know what? You've hit a million phenomenal serves in your life. You only need to hit a couple going down the stretch here. So you know what? Remember the million great serves you've hit in your lifetime and go out and hit a few more right now. Just plant some sort of a seed that could be positive for her to kind of grow off of. But you know what? I look up here at Chateau Stadium. Victory belongs to the most tenacious. It's on the stadium. Here we are. Who's going to be the most tenacious?
1 set all. Netherlands versus Japan. It is the gold medal match. Women's doubles tennis at the Paralympic Games, Paris 2024.
This is a match tiebreak. Yep. So much like we saw in the end of the set there, this match tiebreak format is the same. 1 serve, now everybody back and forth with 2, but we go to 10 points. Just a little extended version of that tiebreaker to determine this match. So we do not have a full 3rd set here. That's been the format throughout these games, and this is high drama from start to finish right now.
Match tiebreak underway. Magnifies the importance of serve, doesn't it?
Every point is its own game, in essence. That's kind of how you take the approach in tiebreakers. Each point is almost a representative of a full game.
goodness. Literally throwing the racket at the return.
Well, there's a big return from Kamiji right there. Talked about who's going to step up and deliver something big. Haven't seen a lot of shots like that off of her racket, but in a big moment, she delivers right there.
First mini break for Japan.
Where Tanaka has struggled on her service games, she now only has 2 points. I think for her service, 2 points, if she could get 1 out of 2, that would be a victory for Japan. Net cord.
Tentative forehand from de Groot. Miss hits. Japan seizing an early advantage in the match tiebreak.
Kamiji looks to be stepping up a little bit in the early going here. Striking the ball a little cleaner with a little bit more conviction. There's that 1 out of 2 points for the Tanaka serve. That would be good enough for them right now. 2 would be a real bonus.
Deep in the corner. And that one nets. Japan leading it 4-1 in the match tiebreak. Tanaka holding.
2 points off the Tanaka serve is just unbelievable in that moment right there. What's this young lady thinking here, serving right now?
Well, struggled from the ad court for the entire match, and she nets the first serve.
And was tight on a couple of those forehands. Interesting dynamic right now. Gets it in, crucial. Second serve. Tentative play from the Dutch right now.
And that one is long.
The Japanese are just outplaying the Dutch right now. 5-1, halfway there. But it is, as they say, there's a saying in these match tiebreak, it's a long way to 10. If it was a 7-point tiebreaker, boy, it would be huge advantage for Japan. But at 5-1, there's a long way to go in this tiebreaker. Can have some big momentum swings. But what a start for Japan. Couldn't be better.
The race to 10 is on, and Japan are 4 points clear. Good.
The style of play right now heavily favoring Japan.
The Netherlands playing a little bit tentatively in this match tiebreak. Japan playing with some confidence now. Tanaka again with a good get. There's some venom in a forehand, but a good get by Kamiji.
Finds the line. Oh, miss hit there. G. Watch out for a forehand cross court from Van Koot eventually here. She gets a good look. Might want to try to whistle one past Comigi.
There's the cross court, but it comes from de Groot.
Nobody wanting to go anywhere near that net right now. Everything, big clearance, big high safe shots, tentative tennis.
There's an attacking shot from de Groot and a drop. And that's a beauty!
Maybe that's what it took right there to get her relaxed, pressure off. That was a nice forehand, one of her better swings that we've seen. And then a beautiful finish there.
Power to touch for Dida de Groot. Still a long way back for the Netherlands. Tough angle. Switch.
This is the side that the Japanese like. I want Comigi on that do side. This is the setup they've been trying to get all match.
Another drop, finds the line.
He's there, but pushes it long. 2 drop shots from the Dutch. The big hitters using the soft touch to maybe claw their way back into this tiebreaker.
This is turning into an old-fashioned street fight.
Crossed arms from the fans, Dutch fans in the stands, as tension continues. Still a couple points back here in the match tiebreak.
2 consecutive points for the Netherlands. Comigi on serve.
Yes, takes the forehand boldly up the line. Didn't hesitate one bit right there.
Well, fortune favors the brave, and on this occasion, there's Comigi Yui.
Van Koot caught in between on the bounces there on the return. Gives up the weak return. Comigi, no hesitation. Big point there to stem a little bit of the Dutch momentum.
Van Koot serving 3-6.
Just rolling that serve in, taking no chances. Executed. Second big forehand from Comigi.
7-3.
Last one up the line. This one splits the Dutch.
And the Japanese fans are daring to believe. 7-3 in the race to 10 in this match tiebreak. Never, never rule out the Dutch in a situation like this.
Naka under pressure right here. Comigi settles it down. Another drop shot.
Finding the line. Annick Van Koot.
I was gonna say, because they're not confident enough to swing out, this is now their best option. The Japanese are waiting for the attacks to come, so they're getting depth in the court. The drop shots are going to be available.
first to 10. Must win by 2. Tanaka Manami to serve. Line.
And stay away from that Van Koot backhand.
Get for de Groot. Volley! Yes!
Overhead winner, relieves the pressure.
7-5.
Another change of sides here at 12 points. Clean, smooth overhead winner there. Earned opportunity and delivered. We mentioned this would be over if it was a set tiebreaker, but we're going to 10. Those added few points make all the difference for momentum swings back and forth. Early momentum for Japan. Slight little change coming now for the Dutch. Looking to get some better swings in, looking a little bit more comfortable on their ground strokes over the course of the last several points.
Throughout the match, the Netherlands have enjoyed success attacking the serve of Tanaka Manami. In the tiebreak, she won consecutive points earlier in this match tiebreak. Now a crucial moment. She's serving with a 2-point lead.
Look tentative on that first serve right there. Forehand looking a little bit better for de Groot. Starting to get some better looks and some better swings. Van Koot's been steady.
Looping approach. Return with a looping return. Staying in the point.
In between hop, leaves a short ball, opportunity.
Coming forward.
Trying to get the lob in, can't get it over de Groot's head.
Battle of wills. Up the line, but it's wide!
Normally that's a shot with full commitment for Dida de Groot. Lack of commitment there produces the error. Just not committed. And understandable.
Japan 2 points away.
And Dida de Groot serving. Any freebies here would be just backbreaking. Gets the first serve in. Is any one player going to step up and deliver here? Kamiji been strong on the forehand. Dutch have got to keep Japan off of the 9. They do it for this first point. Cannot let him get to 9 because then anything happens. Bad bounce, miscommunication, let cord, and it's over.
Great to serve. That's the first serve.
Good swings from Van Koot there, looking maybe one of the loosest on the court right now. Can anybody dial in a lob and drop it on a line?
Kamiji, some variation.
Wow, taking over the court. Look to get the switch back again.
Backhand by the lefty. Backhand slice. Japan have championship point.
There's the number 9, so dangerously on the board now. Anything now, and it's gold medal, Japan. And now the crowd gets into it. They know we have arrived at the moment.
Multiple gold medal points.
Not up. It's the drop shot. It's the only thing that is produced for the Dutch here in this tiebreaker so far. About the 4th point that they've delivered with a drop shot of their 7.
1 gold medal point survived by the defending Paralympic Games champions, Japan, serving for the gold medal.
Kamiji calling for it, getting forehands. Short ball here. Finds the line. Kamiji digs it out. Not up.
What a point!
That makes it into the alley. We might be talking a different story. We might be pronouncing gold medal, but not yet. The half volley from de Groot finds the line.
That close. An absolutely epic gold medal final. Netherlands on serve. Still third gold medal point for Japan. Annick van Kut on serve.
Good ball right there. Opportunity for the Dutch. Just can't get it past de Groot. She sails it!
Japan have delivered the upset! Kamiji Yui, Tanaka Manami have claimed the gold medal in women's doubles and made history in Paris.
Almost speechless in this moment. I'll go back to it. Victory belongs to the most tenacious, and on that point itself, it was the Japanese team of Kamiji and Tanaka who were tenacious and kept getting ball after ball back in play, ultimately forcing the error and getting the gold.
Kamiji Yui and Tanaka Manami, the first non-Dutch team to ever win a women's doubles Paralympic gold medal. What an occasion, what a moment for Japan. First time they'd reached the final, they've won the gold medal. Kamiji Yui, and all credit to Tanaka Manami. What a match she had.
She was a rock today under constant pressure, constant assault. She answered, but in the big moments in the match tiebreaker, Kamiji delivered early with some monstrous forehands to set the tone and get them in a position for gold.
A moment for Japanese tennis. Huge disappointment, of course, for the defending champions, but what a moment this for Kamiji Yui and Tanaka Manami. They are your champions at the Paralympic Games, Paris 2024.
A somewhat stunned crowd here in Philippe Chatrier, but certainly paying tribute to those two. Smiles as big as the Eiffel Tower.
The crushing other side of the coin, Tita de Groot.
The pain of silver.
And the joy on the expression of the Japanese supporters, and the emotion. An unusual feeling for Tita de Groot. But what a feeling for this pair.
Historic moment for Japanese tennis, for the world of women's wheelchair tennis. Historic moment. The reign of the Dutch at the Paralympic Games has ended for the moment.
Here's match point.
De Groot, as she does so many times, just controlling the action from the court, front court, but just not able to deliver. An overhead she'll think about for the remainder of her life, perhaps.
Tanaka Manami and Kamiji Yui find themselves at the top of the podium in Paris.
So many times in Paralympic Games, Kamiji has found herself the bridesmaid. 3 hours on the dot. Every bit of it filled with drama.
Well, a worthy gold medal match. Everything we could have hoped for. And it is Japan, our winners and Paralympic Games champions in women's doubles. And now an opportunity to launch some souvenirs into the stands at Philippe Chatrier. You can finally exhale and enjoy the moment.
The loosest forehands that these girls will hit throughout the entirety of this event here on Philippe Chatrier. There will be no tension in these forehands.
Said, I'll take the far end.
Possibly the biggest, most amazing forehand Yui Kamiji's ever hit.
Absolutely sensational. Good catch.
She can't believe it. I've got a match ball from the gold medal match from the historic Japanese team.
So here we have the final rankings in women's doubles. Kamiji and Tanaka, ranked number 1, gold medalists. De Groot and Van Kut, number 2. Guo and Wang from China in 3rd position, bronze medalist. Li and Zhu in 4th position. But what an event and what a moment for Japanese tennis.
We talked so much about the tactics and everything. Ultimately, they stayed true to their form. They were just steady, remarkable. Highlights, how did we get here? Was the one shot that was good for the Dutch in the tiebreak. It was the drop shots, but they couldn't produce enough of them. And there it was, the moment. If ever there was a moment, tears of joy were represented right there on the faces of those two from Japan.
When the seemingly impossible becomes possible and becomes real, it's a magic moment.
I think the crowd here on Chatrier still a little bit stunned, expecting that things would continue in favor of the Dutch.
Tanaka with an amazing performance as we await the victory ceremony. Stand by and we will have that for you when the preparations are complete.
Et mesdames et messieurs, vous pouvez peut-être la remarquer, mais notre mascotte est sur le court. Philippe Chatrier, on peut l'applaudir, notre friche paralympique, présente pour cette cérémonie des vainqueurs au double femme.
Ladies and gentlemen, a special guest has arrived here in Philippe Chatrier court. It's the one, it's the only friche.
la cérémonie des vainqueurs double femme.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's doubles.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
It's time for the victory ceremony.
The medalists.
Women's doubles, Paralympic Games, Paris 2024.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Jae Jung-chong, membre du conseil d'administration du Comité international paralympique.
governing board member of International Paralympic Committee,
Accompagné
accompanied by
Monsieur Roger Davis, membre du conseil d'administration de la Fédération internationale de tennis.
International Tennis Federation board member,
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la République populaire de Chine,
bronze medalist representing the People's Republic of China, Guo Luoyao and Wang Xiying.
Guo Luoyao, Wang Xiying receiving their bronze medals. Their free souvenirs. Bronze medal winners from the People's Republic of China, Guo Luoyao and Wang Xiying.
Great moment for them, of course, having defeated their countrywomen in that bronze medal match. Tough moment for those players.
Representing Netherlands, Diede de Groot and Annette van Kool.
Another Paralympic Games medal for a couple of the greats that this sport has ever seen. Will be a silver medal on this occasion for the Netherlands.
When the standard is that high as it is in the Netherlands, it's hard to believe that a silver medal is something that you're not readily and willing to accept. But in this moment, silver it is for the Dutch women. They've tasted gold before.
Diede de Groot and Annette van Kool are silver medalists in women's doubles at Paris 2024.
médaillée d'or et championne paralympique représentant le Japon,
Gold medalists and Paralympic champions representing Japan, Yuri Kamichi and Manami Tanaka.
Well, what an incredible moment for this amazing team from Japan. First time a Japanese women's team has reached the final in women's doubles at the Paralympic Games. And today, they are Paralympic champions.
I think still in a moment of disbelief, but boy, you can start believing now, ladies. You earned it. You dug in deep in the biggest moments, and you made history.
Kimiji Yui, Tanaka Minami, Paralympic champions, gold medal winners in women's doubles.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne du Japon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Japan.
What a moment for Japan, what a moment for Japanese tennis. Kimiji Yui and Tanaka Minami, Paralympic champions. And here is your podium in women's doubles. Kimiji and Tanaka, gold medal. De Groot and Van Kut, silver medalists, and Gao and Wang, bronze medal winners.
When you get to those gold medal national anthems and you look into the eyes of those athletes, you think back to all the training, all the time, the pain and the suffering, quite frankly, that it takes to get to a moment like that, and you can see it in their eyes.
A little piece of the Eiffel Tower will be coming home with them in the form of the Paralympic Games medal. An absolutely exhilarating and breathtaking women's doubles event comes to a close at Philippe Chatrier and Roland-Garros, as our athletes leave the podium and accept the cheers of the throngs here at Philippe Chatrier, something that they could not enjoy at the last Paralympic Games. But what a splendid celebration of wheelchair tennis this has been, the women's doubles final.
Well, we anticipated a good one, Hans, but we got a great one. And it was an honor to be along with you for the journey, quite frankly, and all the folks that are watching throughout the world. The moment that history was made by Japan here today on Philippe Chatrier was something spectacular, and a moment I personally will never forget, having been involved in this sport for over 20-something years now. A great moment for me as well.
Oh, very well said, Paul. An historic day in wheelchair tennis, and an historic day for Japan. Their team are the champions, Kimiji and Tanaka, gold medal winners in women's doubles.
Mesdames et messieurs, quel bonheur d'avoir vécu déjà le match pour la médaille d'or auprès du Versailles. Mais ce n'est pas terminé, car dans moins de 20 minutes, nous allons vivre une demi-finale open de simple homme. Restez avec nous.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, an update for your schedule here on day 7 of the Chateau Court. We have a men's singles semi-final to get started at 5:30 p.m.
télécharger l'appli officielle Paris 2024 dès maintenant. Connectez-vous avec votre compte et commencez à écouter.
If you're visually impaired or not familiar with the rules of wheelchair tennis, then Freeze has a solution for you. Underway right now is Paris 2024's audio description and live commentary service, which is there to better understand what's happening on the field of play from the stands. Simply download the official Paris 2024 app, ensure you are logged in to your account, and start listening.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci d'accueillir les ramasseurs de balles.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the ball kids.
De nos juges de ligne.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the line judges to the court.
Merci d'accueillir l'arbitre de chaise, M. Thomas Deloche.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chair umpire for this match, Mr. Omar Deloche.
Welcome to Paris. The Eiffel Tower in the distance. We are at Roland-Garros. As you can see, the weather not the greatest today, which is why, as you look at Philippe Chatrier Court, as we take a look inside, you can see it's looking a little dark. That's because the roof is on. The roof has been closed on Chatrier and Langlaine for the day, to make sure that we can get all the entertainment, all the action, all the matches we need. And to get everybody nice and worked up in between the matches, we've got a stadium announcer. Anyway, on to the actual entertainment, the sporting entertainment that we are looking for today. It's the semi-final of the men's singles in the wheelchair tennis competition. Gustavo Fernandez of Argentina against Oda Tokito of Japan. Fernandez, 30 years old, a veteran in terms of this particular time, not a veteran in wheelchair tennis terms. We've got the likes of Stefan Ude, who's been in the competition. He's 53 and still going incredibly strong. Vamos Gusti, there's his fan club there, Team Gusti. And he is taking on the future and indeed the present of men's wheelchair tennis. Oda Tokito from Japan, a mere 18 years old, but already #2 in the world. Oda, who became the youngest man in history to hold the #1 ranking in any senior tennis discipline when he won right here at Roland-Garros in 2023. He won the French Open, and he was aged, it was 35 days after his 17th birthday. Absolutely incredible. Birthday's early May, was he the 8th of May, and then he won it early June 2023, at the age of 17 and barely a month.
Mesdames, messieurs, c'est le moment d'accueillir nos barrages tête de série numéro 4, représentant l'Argentine.
Ladies and gentlemen, time for the men's singles semi-final. Please welcome number 40 from Argentina, Gustavo Fernandez.
Here he is, here's Gusti. Fourth Paralympic appearance, and this is as far as he's ever got. Made the singles quarterfinals all 3 previous times. 2012, lost to Stefan Ude. 2016, 2020, lost to Gordon Reed. Faced him again this time around and defeated him. Here's the youngster, channeling his inner millennial. Got the fans behind him. He's got his appearance music. Nice and loose. He's switching there from his everyday chair to his competition chair. All top wheelchair athletes have everyday chairs and then their competition chairs, regardless of the competition. And if you look at the chairs there, you can see how they are angled, and that enables the athletes to move around, have the flexibility they need to go this way and that, and also to get good acceleration with push, as it's known. They also have pick stands at the back to make sure that they don't go tumbling over, because, as you will see, you will have a lot of arching of the back, leaning up, leaning around, reaching out left and right. Particularly these two players, you'll see just how flexible they really are. And that's why they need the pick bars at the back to give them a little bit of extra stability, because these guys are going to put absolutely everything into trying to get absolutely every ball back. If you're watching for the first time, then the only difference between wheelchair tennis and standing tennis is double bounce. You're allowed to let the ball bounce twice. You're allowed to, you don't have to. You can take it on the volley like standing tennis, and you can take it on one bounce, and you will see plenty of rallies here where there's only one bounce. Good healthy crowd inside Philippe Chatrier.
court that was named after the president of the French Tennis Federation towards the end of the last century. President for a good number of years, and really redeveloped the stadium, the entire stadium. More courts were built and redevelopment of the centre court. He was responsible for a lot of that, and also really getting the French Open at Roland-Garros on the international stage. It's always been one of the 4 Grand Slams, but making it a real international event and welcoming the media. Really, the French Open took off under the stewardship of Philippe Chatrier, which is why the court, the centre court, is named after him.
Do you have any questions? All right. This is wheelchair and this is Paris. Stop.
Chair umpire Robin Lambourg.
Which are you? Sir. Okay, good match.
Wheelchair on one side of the coin, Paris on the other. I think Paris is the head, wheelchair is the tail. Gusti Fernandez got the call correct, and he has elected to serve, which is quite a gutsy call. Quite often in wheelchair tennis, you elect to receive because breaks of service are almost as common as holds. So going out there and saying, I'm going to serve, break me if you can, is sending out a message there to his young opponent. It's the 9th meeting between the two, which is amazing considering that Oda is 18 and a half, barely. And Oda has won 6 of the 8 meetings. 3 times they've met on anything other than clay. Oda's won all 3 of them. So on hard courts, and that was at Wimbledon. They've met 5 times on clay, and that's 3-2. That's a lot tighter. But their most recent meeting was in June, and it was right here on this very court. French Open final. And Oda defeated Fernandez 7-5, 6-3. They met almost 2 years ago for the first time, so when Oda was still 16, and that was at Stade at the Swiss Open. Oda winning that one, 6-1, 6-4. That was in the final as well. His fan club right behind him there. So there you go, you can see 2 bounces if necessary. Plenty of volleys as well. Some of the crowd absolutely transfixed.
3 minutes.
5-minute warm-up, as is the case in standing tennis. Warm-up counts as 2 games. You're saying, well, why are you telling me that the warm-up counts as 2 games? In terms of changing the balls, you change the balls every 9 games, exactly the same as in standing tennis, and the warm-up counts as 2, so we'll change after 7. Fernandez was a seed, got a bye through the first round, defeated Frédéric Cataneo 6-1, 6-4. Alexander Cataldo cruised past him 6-love, 6-1, and then Gordon Reed, his nemesis at Paralympics, passed. Lost to him in Rio 2016, Tokyo 2020, that was held in 2021. He lost to Gordon Reed on both occasions in the quarters, played him in the quarters here, and defeated him 6-love, 7-6. It was 7-5 in a tiebreaker in the second set. One-way traffic in the first set against the veteran Scotsman, and then 7-6 in the second, incredibly tight. Took 1 hour and 3/4 that one. Took a little bit out of him. Hadn't spent a lot of time on court prior to that. Still involved. He was involved in the doubles though. So the singles players were automatically entered into the doubles here. Ora Tokito again, number 2 seed, so he got a bye in the first round. Ben Bartram pushed him in the second round. 6-2, 7-6, 7-4 in the tiebreaker. Daniel Rodriguez, 6-love, 6-1, cruised past him, and then Tom Echperink, the number 6 seed from the Netherlands. Netherlands being a huge wheelchair tennis nation. And he defeated Tom Echperink 6-4, 6-1. Just over an hour, barely an hour it took. So that wouldn't have taken too much out of him. But it was close in the first round against Ben Bartram. He's got a good service on him. We'll see plenty of that throughout the match. But a strong lefty service. So it's lefty versus righty.
Ladies and gentlemen, chair umpire for this match from France, Lobov.
There's Robin Lombourg. He'll be coming out of his chair and ruling every so often because there's no electronic line calling here at Roland-Garros at any time, and also the case at the Olympics and the Paralympics here.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to the players and your fellow spectators, we ask that you turn all mobile phones and audio devices to silent. Thank you and enjoy the match.
Tokito Oda has qualified for the men's doubles finals as well with Miki Takuya, almost twice his age. They'll be taking on Gordon Reed and Alfie Hewitt. That's not what we're focusing on now. Gusti to get us underway.
Now 15.
An auspicious start. Particularly when you've chosen to serve yourself to open. That's more like it. See Oda coming in a lot on the second service. See how far in he was, but the third shot of any rally, any kind of tennis, is always the most important. The follow-up shot from the server or the serving team after the service return. It's the shot that determines the majority of points. And if you don't get to a third shot, then you've either done something very right on the service or you've had it picked apart. Sat up nicely on the backhand side of the left-hander. Just long, a good service. The efforts that Fernandez was putting into that service, that second service, to try and get as much as he could in there, while still being careful. The sharp exhalation of breath, and also the fact that his racket went down and slammed into the wheel. 2 break points against him. First one saved though with a good service down the middle, down the tee. Needs to save another one, though. Picked his spot there, and you could see the line judge putting both hands down. That one was right on the line from Fernandez. He'd moved Oda to the one side of the court, and then that one right on the line. Probably a little closer than it needed to be. Be that as it may, he has saved 2 break points already. Huge, aggressive lefty forehand from Oda. And that sets up the 3rd break point of this opening game. Whipping into that one. Changing the grip, top spin. Wow, what an exchange there. Whipped topspin backhand from Oda, but it was right into the wheel arch of Fernandez, and he sent it back with interest. That's a great service, particularly against the lefty. Took a lot off it, 117, 130s, usually where his first services sit, and that one he took some off it and sliced it away from the backhand of his opponent. Snatches at that one does Oda, came a long way in, but it kicked up at him. You can see 102 kilometers per hour, so took a lot off it. Did Fernandez, but put some kick on it, and he holds. A brave hold, having seen off, stared down 3 break points already. Oda decides to go the long way round. So Fernandez's gamble of serving first, electing to serve after he won the toss, has paid off. A difficult hold, but a hold nevertheless. Holds worth a lot more in wheelchair tennis than they tend to be in standing tennis. Good second service. A little bit long. See how much you put into that. 145 kilometers per hour. That's as fast as you're going to get in the wheelchair game. You can see that Fernandez is sitting a long way back. It's a Huge court, Philippe Chatrier. It's as deep as anywhere. And there, you can see the photography pits way back. You've got meters and meters between the baseline and those photography pits to use. And Fernandez is using quite a bit of them. You usually want to be pushing, coming in on the service, and does that now. Took that one very well. That was right at his wheels and low. And he managed to dig it out, and it was a very good sliced return from Fernandez. Down the line for the win, and it's a break point for Fernandez.
30-14.
So it was 30-love for Order. And he seems to get a little bit loose the last couple of points. Vamos, says Fernandez, and he is the one who gets the early break. Saved 3 break points on his own service, carves out 1 on Orders and takes it straight away. Big stage for Order, the 18-year-old in his first Paralympics. He's obviously been on this very stage before at Roland-Garros, a tournament that he's won the past 2 years. Including, of course, against Fernandez in the final this year.
Now 15.
Service games in a row that Fernandez has opened with a double fault. We're saying tennis, it's not a break until you've held yourself and confirmed it. Fernandez with the early break, but Order now love 30 to the good on the Argentinian service. Three more break points for Order. This time 3 in a row. And a second double fault hands the break back. Fernandez is in the lead, 2-1, but it's back on service in the first set. 2-minute break for the change of ends, called by Romain Lambourg. So a couple of double faults there from Fernandez, bookending that service game in which he was broken to love. Saved 3 break points in his opening service game, but not so lucky this time around. He served 3 double faults in his quarterfinal against Gordon Reed. The rest of his serving was fine. He got 79% of his services in. It's something he's going to need to watch today. Huge service out wide, 138 kilometers per hour, but right in the corner. Even on to Fernandez's forehand, it was making him reach for it. That one put away very easily. Nice little 1-2 punch. That one there took it out of the air, but as you can see, completely fluffed the volley. Almost bounced before it hit the net. That's the last thing you want when you've just had your service broken, for your opponent to rattle through their own service game to love in a matter of barely a couple of minutes. So that's 8 points in a row for Oda. Break to love, hold to love. And it's back to 2 apiece. Look how aggressive that is. All the way in. Takes in on his lefty backhand. On the rise. So huge amounts of space at the back of Philippe Chatrier court. That's not what Oda wants. He wants, well, he wants it to take a run up. That was a topspin backhand, but there was so well executed, there was slice on it as well, and it was going away from Fernandez. So by the time he got there, he was off balance to try to hit it. 10 points in a row now for Oda. So there's no service clock on this one. Into the net, and that's another 3 break points. Service clock is 25 seconds, as is customary. Wheelchair players don't take anywhere near that much. It's be a lot quicker game than standing tennis. What an overhead that was, a smash. It's 12 points in a row. It's break, hold, break, and Oda leaves 3-2.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous avons encore 3 jours pour profiter des Jeux Paralympiques de jour. Ici, pour le Paralympic www.paris2024.org.
The last tickets for the Paralympic Games are on sale now. With only 3 days remaining in the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, go to tickets.paris2024.org.
Poursuivez la fête grâce à la carte des Jeux disponible sur l'application officielle de Paris 2024.
Keep us always going with the Games map, available on the official Paris 2024 app.
Time.
Back underway, and this match has really turned around. Only 17 minutes in, but Fernandez saving 3 break points in the opening service game, breaking Oda. And you think, here we go, game on. And then Oda has won 12 points in a row. The last one, emphatic. It was great service, great return coming in, and Fernandez tried to lob him. That was a great overhead. It's difficult. You move yourself sideways on in standing tennis to take an overhead or a smash, and that's what Oda did in his chair brilliantly. Look how early he's taking the ball over the top. The ball's still on the rise, so a great service. Positions himself brilliantly, and then that backhand, the ball still on the rise, whips it down. 13 points in a row. Huge service, 149 kilometers per hour. Well, the net court decides that 14 in a row is enough for anybody, and Fernandez gets the point. Quite often in wheelchair tennis, due to the angle that the ball's being hit at, or the height that the ball's being hit at, and the speed and strength, it doesn't go over the net. That one almost went over the net. Most times let cords don't go over the net in wheelchair tennis. Normal service resumed. Frustration for Fernandez. And there's the game. Not quite 16 points in a row, 16 out of 17. One tiny blip in there where the ball clipped off the net cord and was spat back, but there is a lot now for Fernandez to do. Inaba Yosuke and Kumada Hiroya are Oda's coaches, and they'll be feeling pretty happy at the moment. Oda is on a roll. Just as Fernandez was in his quarterfinal over Gordon Reed, 6-love in the opening set. It's the other side of the coin here. Sort of a gasp from the crowd. Another double fault for Fernandez. That's his 4th so far. Oh, that one whipped down the line, and it's another break of service. Order leads 5-2 and will serve for the set in 2 minutes' time.
Time.
Incredible whipped forehand down the line by Order to seal another break of service. Saw it move through the air and then land full on the line absolutely perfectly, but whipped almost with disdain. So, new balls. That's the last thing that Fernandez wants to be shown as Order serves for the set. New balls, when you have new balls, well, the more they're hit, the more they get fluffy. Obviously, it's felt on the outside of the balls. And they get fluffed up the more they get hit. So new ones, incredibly smooth, compact, and they fly through the air more quickly. Oh, how about that? 140 km/h service, but it sat up nicely on the forehand there of Fernandez, and he's really been under the pump, but when one sits up for him, he's not going to miss out on it. I think he's just going to hit out and really loosen himself here and think, well, if it clips the line, it clips the line. If it doesn't, it doesn't. He's obviously here returning to try to save the set, and Order now has 2 set points. That's the place to put it. Any kind of tennis, you put it at the feet of your opponent. So you put it right at your opponent's wheels in wheelchair tennis, and that was too hard even for Order to dig out. Another set point, though. Clips the line. 2 set points saved. Now, are we going to see the slightly nervous Order from games 1 and 2, as opposed to the one that won games 3 to 7 at an absolute canter, either to love or to 15? Juice. No nerves there. Sets up a 3rd set point. Quickly back into his service motion for the second service. Just out, just fails to clip the line, and Order does indeed take the first set. 6-2, 6 games in a row. That took just 27 seconds. Confirmed by Robin Lambourg, goes out and then finds the mark where the ball hit the clay, raises the finger and then confirms. Well, that turned pretty quickly, did it not? 4 double faults from Fernandez. That really didn't help him, only serving at a 57% clip. Twice as many unforced errors from Fernandez, 10-5. And then look at the winners, bottom left and bottom right. 7 for Fernandez, 14 for Oda. Things look pretty good for Fernandez, the number 4 seed from Argentina, 30 years old. And a man with 5 Grand Slams to his name, 2 of them here at the French Open 2016-2019. So he's good on the red dirt, and he held despite 3 break points against him. But then things turned around after he'd broken Oda to lead 2-love. Great overhead from Oda there. You could see him positioning his chair to get the right angle on the overhead. Some very strong serving, and there was set point, a third set point. It took 3 bites of the cherry, but that one just failed to clip the line. And so it's 6-2, Fernandez with it all to do. He will serve to open the second set, but as we saw, 4 break points. Sorry, 4 double faults against him in the first set. And so pressure on him already. And the pressure's huge when you take a little bit off at 112 kilometers per hour. That was a virtual second service that he came out with as a first offering. And it was as if Oda knew what was coming. He's not that far behind the baseline. He's going to come in, taking everything on the rise. This is merciless from the 18-year-old former world number 1, current world number 2 from Ichinomiya. Good service down the middle, down the tee. Good place to go, because even though he's a lefty, Oda, he's been ready to take everything. He's got the best backhand in the game. He loves taking things on the backhand, taking shots on the backhand, on the rise, whipping them down. Likes it on the forehand as well when it sits up, 113 kilometers per hour. You almost think that Fernandez needs to go, even on his second service, needs to try a first service. Otherwise, he's going to be in danger on every service game, as he is now. 2 break points. But even when he serves well, there we go, dispatched by the lefty forehand of Oda, and that is a quick break. Oda leads by a set and a break. 6-2, 1-love.
First game, second set.
Good second service, 125 kilometers per hour. Fernandez talking to himself and talking to his coach on the sidelines, Jonathan Abadier, former player on the ATP Tour, also Argentinian. Himself out of position a little bit there, Oda, because he came round to take that ball on the forehand. It was more natural sitting up for him on the backhand, but he came around to take it on the forehand. Very good forehand it was. When you do that, though, quite often you take yourself out of position. Hundred 48 kilometers down the tee. There is Jonathan Abadier. Fernandez saying, what the heck do I do? ...153 kilometers per hour. Cranking things up here. We might get to the 160, I doubt it. But I didn't think we were going to get the 149 have been the quickest thus far from Oda. 153, 160 would be 100 miles per hour. Ooh, snatching at those. Did everything right, 140 kilometers per hour at the body. All Fernandez could do was get it back, and then all of a sudden, loose shot from Oda, and it's a break back point for Fernandez. Or they're racing through things. Maybe needs to calm things down just a little bit. Break back point. And that one's going to go out, and he has indeed broken back. Much along the lines of the first set, or the service is broken to open. In the first set, Fernandez had saved and held. He'd saved 3 break points and held on his own service. That's the only service game he's won, the opening game of the entire contest. Just half an hour ago, seems a long time ago. He's not held service since then, really need to hold now. And he'd say he's not going to do it at 120 kilometers per hour. These players take the ball so early, always, virtually always on the first bounce, that the crowd maybe has a tendency to forget that the players are allowed 2 bounces, so they were already applauding one of the returns from Fernandez, thinking it was a winner. But no, taken on the second bounce, and brilliant return cross-court by Oda. Speaking of brilliant returns, that one set up nicely on his forehand. Left 43 more break points. It's good service out wide, even if it is onto the forehand of his opponent. Seeing how strong the other backhand is, so nothing wrong with going to the forehand, particularly if you can get it to kick out wide. Oda seems to want to hit winners on absolutely every shot. Two break points saved by Fernandez. But that one fired in at Fernandez's wheels. He couldn't dig it out, so Oda does indeed get the break, and he leads by a set and a break, 2-1 in the second.
Wheelchair tennis was first included as part of the official schedule at a Grand Slam during the 2002 Australian Open. Wild sport has now been part of all 4 Grand Slam tournaments since 2007.
Crowd on their feet here at Philippe Chatrier Court in Roland-Garros Stadium, just outside Paris. Strictly speaking, it's just outside the city gates, the city limits, just outside of the Porte de Day. The Porte being the city gates. It's very much walking distance to Paris, here at Paris 2024. Beautiful, deft, sliced backhand drop shot from Oda, who was way up into the net. Changing grip from the original backhand down the line, where it was over the top with top spin and then sliced underneath. Changing from the western to the continental grip. One just whipped down there again, over the top. Whipping your hand over the top of the ball. If you're a right-hander, then you're going from 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock if you're a left-hander on your grip. How about that one? You've got a lot of cross-court winners in wheelchair tennis, and that one's beautifully done. See how far out of the court Fernandez was on the backhand, and applauded by Oda. Wrong decision by Fernandez. Put it where Oda was, and Oda says, come on, even though it was a choice and perhaps a poor decision by Fernandez, it was still a great winner from me. Let's have some loving. And it is good to see a dismissive backhand again. A lefty, that one, the grip is going from 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Fernandez fighting to stay alive. That's probably as long a rally as we've had so far in this match. Points being kept very short, particularly by this man. He raced in there, Fernandez just about dug it out, but it was difficult to get it up and over the highest part of the net. And still inside the baseline. You can see how high the net is there. It's higher than in the middle. And couldn't get it up and down in time. So that is a hold for Oda. He now leads this semi-final by a set and 3 games to 1. And a reminder that Fernandez hasn't held his service since the opening game. So he's held 1 in 6 times, 5 times in a row he's been broken. Saw his opponent coming in there and picked his pocket.
59.
Well, they're making Fernandez visit every inch of this Philippe Chatrier court. I won't need to brush the courts afterwards because Fernandez will have flattened it all down at both ends, left and right, digging a furrow down there. In comes Oda. You can see what he's doing every time, getting his backhand flipped over the top to hit it with topspin. If you brush your racket over the top of a ball rather than slicing underneath it, when you slice underneath, you cut it and the ball spins backwards, and that's backspin. When you hit the ball, you brush it over the top, and that propels the ball, makes it spin forwards as it flies through the air, and then when it grips the clay, it's going forwards naturally. Great forehand there from Fernandez. It was at full extension. Certainly not giving up without a fight. Good push to get there, and then whips over the top. And the spin as well works a lot more, either backspin or in particular topspin on clay. Took that one incredibly early there. A gamble. So he takes it on the rise, still going up, and almost crept over. Point for a hold here for Fernandez. We haven't said that very often. Oda's going to come barreling in here, though, on this second service. Do or die. It was a good second service, saw him coming. He couldn't hit an outright winner. It's on clay. It grips the ball more in spin because it's dusty, it's red dirt as opposed to a hard surface on hard courts. Particularly when it's hot, then the dirt, the ground up brick that is a clay court, grips the ball more as it's spinning either forwards or backwards and makes it spit up. 110 kilometers per hour, you can hear the racket clanging into the wheel of Fernandez's chair again as he tries to get real kick on the service, on his second service. He's snapping it round, and as it comes down, it's clanging into his wheels. Good judgment by Fernandez, letting that one go out. Again, Oda keeping the point short. Fernandez with another point for a hold. It would be huge for him in the context of the match. Others looked far more comfortable returning than serving. Broken twice. And he holds, vamos! So he's still a break down, but Fernandez staying alive. Oda, though, leads by a set and a break. 3-2 in the second. Stadium DJ getting the crowd, some of them on their feet. See the lights are on, the roof is closed here at Philippe Chatrier Court. Centre court here at Roland-Garros, 2 covered courts. Chatrier, they got a roof about 5 years ago, Longlen as well. It's important for when they're playing the French Open because quite often end of May, early June. We do get rain here, and we've had a fair bit today in early September. So playing under the roof, all of a sudden it's an indoor tournament. Well, how about that from Fernandez? Got a good read on the service. Needs to break back, but he's by no means out of this contest. Just seen him get a hold for only the second time this match. And how about that? That one sat up nicely, 146 kilometers per hour on his backhand, but he whipped it away. Look at that. You can see how they whip the ball going over the top of it. Love 30 all of a sudden. 2 points away from leveling things. Took his time there, positioned himself well. He was up at the tee, the serving tee, and positioned himself in his chair to be able to take that on the forehand. You see, he should have been on the backhand and comes around and takes it on the forehand, whips it away, and then you can see how whippy it is, the coming over the top of the ball to hit it with topspin. You could see it beautifully there on that camera angle. On into that service, 150. Oh, the dropper out-dropped. Oda applauds and finds himself facing 2 break points.
15-14.
It was nicely done, but there was a lot of height on it. That one, though, perfection. Look at that. Even with 2 bounces. Looks over at his coach and says things are maybe changing once again. That was a nervous first service there. The break back is achieved. We are level, 3 apiece. The hunter throughout has become the hunted. Avadier, I presume, telling Fernandez more of the same. All of a sudden, all the pep seems to have gone out of Oda's game. Deflated. It was a set and 3-1 up. Won 6 games in a row, 9 out of 10. That's what he needs to get back to, and I think he knows that. Last point, you think, well, where's the next winner coming from Oda? Seems to be do or die on almost every shot from Oda. Fernandez, the far more patient of the two. As you can see from that service return there, even though it was the first service was long, real aggression in the game of Oda. It pays off there.
30.
He's trying to convince himself. He's looking around at his coaches every so often and pumping a fist. And I think it's himself he needs to convince. And maybe himself he needs to calm down just a little bit. Certainly not going to be calm here. He's going to be barreling in to take this second service. And snatches at it.
40-30.
Really is a case of live by the sword, die by the sword. We've seen it with Stefan Ude, who's been coached by Yannick Noah here. And got through to the quarterfinals. It's 40-30 Fernandez. Can he get himself into the lead here? Well, we knew it'd be do or die. In he comes, whips that away on the forehand, takes it back to Juice. Fernandez moved Oda around beautifully there. Full stretch there on the backhand for the lefty. And from one corner to the other, perfectly done by Fernandez. All of his years of experience there, decade at the top level. He did the same there, tried to do the same, and that was a great get by Oda, going all the way along the baseline. It was on his forehand, which helped him, but the depth of return there fired it into the wheels of Fernandez. Fernandez is really trying to move him this way and that, which obviously is what you want to do in any form of tennis. Move your opponent about, get them out of position. Well, he's remonstrating with his coach, but obviously at himself there. Either that or his coach has told him to do a certain thing on second service and go all out. That's his first double fault of the set, fifth of the match, and it's a break point. So having had opportunities to take a 4-3 lead, suddenly break point against him. Double fault, let, fault. Down the tee, kick on it, saves the break point and celebrates with a vamos, a cry of relief really, to come on, but it surely more in relief there, saving a break point. Back to Juice. Took that one nicely, didn't come in too much there, 138 kilometers per hour, so good job he didn't come in too much. Took it again on the rise, so another break point. Is Order going to sit back a little bit here? No, in he comes. That's what he's been trying to do, and he breaks again. Order leads by a set and a break, 4-3 in the second. Back underway, and Order has got his nose back in front. It's been a seesaw second set. Breaks this way and that. Fernandez has had 2 break points and taken both of them. Order has taken 3 of his 6. Can Fernandez immediately break back? Great service, 143 kilometers per hour, swinging away from the backhand of the right-hander. Into more of a rhythm on service, finally, Order. Let's get a bit more rhythm into his game, though. It's really is. He seems really desperate to keep every point short, which obviously is his playing style. And obviously is the playing style of an 18-year-old. An 18-year-old with all the weapons in his arsenal. Perhaps other than patience.
$30-40.
30-40, a double fault from Order. First double fault of the contest, and it sets up a break-back point for Fernandez. And considering that was on second service, that was gutsy, attacking, aggressive. It's the Order style of play. Both players taking the ball so early, clipping half volleys off their wheels. Another break point, another break back point for Fernandez. And there's the break back. It's a good service return, deep. So that all Fernandez needs to do is try to keep the points long. When the points go longer, then Fernandez is winning the majority. He's willing to go deep, Fernandez, after winning the first set 6-love in the quarterfinal over his Paralympic nemesis, Gordon Reid, who's pushed all the way, breaks back, and then ended up winning it on a tiebreaker. 7-5 in that tiebreaker. 4-all here. And Order can lose his rhythm. We saw in the first round when he played Ben Bartram, was taken to a tiebreaker in the second set, won that 7-4. Speaking of nemesis for Gustavo Fernandez, then the double fault. Second in this set, 6th overall. That's a game and a half he's given away. I do wonder if somebody could preach a little patience to Oda. Inaba Yosuke or Kumada Hiroya, his coaches, one of those two, then imagine where he would be. Saw him coming in there, Fernandez, and hit that one out wide. And it's all well and good Oda applauding, seeing him coming, but it was very easy to see him coming. Rushing forward. That one picked up beautifully. Landed 2 bounces, so even if it is a little bit of a double bounce off the ground, it's fine. It's the second bounce. Not sure whether that was hit into the ground or picked up just off the ground on the second bounce. I think the latter. He's doing that every time. From the juice court there, Order. He's easy to read. Fernandez with the point to make it 5-4. And he does indeed hold 5-4 Fernandez. The semi-final is intriguingly poised. Order won the first 6-2. He was love 2 down and then won 6 games in a row. 14 points in a row. And then was 3-1 up in this second set. Was 4-3 up. And he was 5-4 down, serving to stay in the second set. Seems like as good a time as any to say that if we do go to a third set, it will be a full third set. It's 3 tie-break sets, which means that if we go to a third set, it will be played out in games as this one is being played, and then if it goes to a tiebreaker, it'll be a first to 7, 2 points clear tiebreaker. We do have match tiebreakers in lieu of a third set, but that's in wheelchair tennis doubles. That's going to encourage Fernandez. It was a great drive volley taken out of the air by Oda, and then the volley at the net, all he had to do was pat it over. Just needed to dead bat it over. Didn't need to, you see him trying to flip it over and play it with topspin, and he didn't need to do that. He just needed to tap it over the net, the angle he was playing at. It's a great service. It was a really good return from Fernandez, but couldn't quite drag it out. It was a great service onto Fernandez's backhand. Even when he tries to be patient here, it seemed to be the wrong decision there. Sliced backhand, needed great depth and a bit better positioning rather than just sitting there asking to be dispatched by Fernandez. So he's obviously going to continue with the aggressive style. Inside out, that was the way to play it by Oda. Waited, saw which way Fernandez was going. And you see Fernandez going over to the ad court and then picked his spot nicely. A hold would be very big for Oda here. He's not looked confident in the second set, not for a while. Called out by Oda, it seems. It's presumably called out by the line judge as well, and it's confirmed by Robin Lambourg, who's in the chair. So it is a hold for Oda. He's such a noisy player, so demonstrative. It's often difficult to tell what's Oda exhaling and shouting and what's a call from the line judge, but that one was both at the same time. So 5-all. How is Fernandez going to serve in this game? That one at the body of Fernandez. It's all fast and furious with Orda. Great defense from Fernandez. He was way back, almost in the photography pits that we can see there. Very deep court, and he used every inch of it. Saw that one coming, 110 kilometers per hour, and whips it away. Then asks the crowd to get up and encourage him. It's definitely the way to go on second service for Orda. Maybe like to see him be a little bit more circumspect on first service. And there's the illustration. Comes in a little bit too early and gifts the point to his opponent. Fernandez will certainly be happy about that. Means that if he gets a first service in, Fernandez, he's winning the point.
40-30.
He's got a first service now. He's got a service now, a chance now to make it 6-5. So it G's you up when you serve. You think, if this goes in, I'm winning the point. And even on second service, you think, well, I've got a 50% chance. Is it winner or error? It's winner. I think he'll happily play the odds, Fernandez. Well, we know what he's going to do. He's going to come in on this second attempt at the first service. Well, everyone had to take evasive action there. It's a difficult shot to hit, but one that didn't need to be hit. It's difficult to get over it. Obviously, you can't leap up and smash it. Back to Juice. Second service dispatched again. He's not going to change his ways, however much I may be advocating for it. His coaches are obviously happy with it. Well anticipated there by Orda, chose the right way. And it wasn't quite deep enough, but still asked the question of Fernandez. He couldn't get underneath it, couldn't get it up and over, didn't get up in the slightest. So a break point. And if Order takes this, he will be serving for a place in the final. He takes it. He will be serving for a place in the final in 2 minutes' time. Order leads by a set and 6-5. Times when Order's tennis seems to be on a wing and a prayer. But here he is, serving a set and 6-5 to the good. A hold here, and he is in the final. He seems to be in the right position to hit that one, Order. Everything into that service. It's topped 150, 153 is his quickest so far today. That's what can happen when you get into a rally. Order can win rallies of more than 3 or 4 shots. At the moment, it seems to be a big service, and then after that, well, what can I do? Fernandez with great depth on return in both points here, but Order now just 3 points away. You can see he's really trying to fire down the howitzers on service. Beautifully done by Fernandez. Sat up nicely, and he got it over the lowest part of the net, low over the lowest part of the net and into the corner. Huge second service, 129 for second service. Pretty tidy. Right on the edge of their seats here. Chateau court at Roland-Garros. Semi-final of the men's singles. So it's 6-2, 6-5 serving, 30 all. You'd say it could only go one way, but this could really go either way. No guarantees whatsoever for Order. That was great service, a great return rather, right into the body of Oda. Break back point for Fernandez. Can he take it to a tiebreaker? Taking his time on the 25-second service clock. He can take his time again now. It's a let, so he can take as much time as he likes. Thought he'd served already there. Fooled us. It goes long. You can see he took the two bounces, Fernandez, and you think, well, maybe he's tiring a little. On court for an hour and 3/4 to defeat Gordon Reid in straight sets, but still took a tiebreaker in the second. Back to juice here. Fernandez 2 points away from taking us to a tiebreaker and then potentially a full-length third set. If not, Oda 2 points away from victory. Great depth of return again by Fernandez. Sets up another break-back point. He's obviously the calmer of the two. Just missed and confirmed by Robin Lambourg. Only had one double fault so far. Doesn't want the second one now. Put that one away with aplomb. It was good return. He's getting great depth on his returns, Fernandez. And that one comes right at Oda, but he moves back and gives himself just enough room, and no margin for error on that backhand, but it's his preferred shot, and he played it so well. Oda, once again, 2 points from victory. What he would give for a big first service here. He's only serving it, that's barely a 50% clip in this second set. Needs to get his first service back sooner rather than later. That's out. Snatches at that, Fernandez. He had all the time in the world and almost all the space in the world. It's an unforced error, and it sets up the first match point for Oda. He's got 21 of 40 first services in. He's missed on 19 of 40 first services. What he would give for one now. One of those big 150, 153 km/h ones. What are we going to have for him? Out wide to the backhand. Well, that's his favoured backhand. Gutsy stuff from Fernandez, staying alive. Good first service, 144 km/h, what he needed to do. What he needs to do once again. Fernandez realizes that that's a couple of times now from the juice court that he's made an unforced error. Match point number 2. A wry smile, but that was on his racket. A place in the final, in the gold medal match, a guaranteed medal was on his racket, and he's just punted one miles long. The exuberance of youth. Fernandez doing so well to stay alive. He knows that if he asks the question, then at some point, Order will make a mistake. Unforced errors from Order, 19 of them in the second set alone. Cleverly done there. It was a great first service, right out into the corner on the backhand. That was a very, very good first service. Third time the charm. Once again, Order serving, a point away from making it to the final of the men's singles. It's a great service, and he follows it up down the middle. And Order has done it. He has defeated Gustavo Fernandez 6-2, 7-5 in an hour and a half. That second set took an hour, exactly an hour. There's going to be a warm embrace at the net. 7-2 now, Order leads the head-to-head. But Fernandez always pushes him all the way here at Roland-Garros, here on Philippe Chatrier court. Showing his fangs, it's what you need as a tennis player. Mary Carrillo has said it on many an occasion. You need fangs. Need a bit of exuberance as well. Pushed all the way there for that, particularly in the second set. An hour long, that second set. Here's some of the highlights from it. That, in fact, is the match point. That's how it finished off. It was a good service out wide, and he decided to give himself a little bit of room. He pushed Fernandez out, way out, beyond the ad court, and he got all of the court to aim at and thought, right, I'm just going to put it down the middle, rather than trying to paint the lines, trying to hit it too far. It was his third match point. Total winners 38-21. The unforced errors 24. It was 19 unforced errors to 9 in the second set. And winners 24-14 in the second set. Incredibly tight. Order, well, it's an exuberant brand of tennis that he plays. You are going to see unforced errors in there because he's looking to hit winners. You have to take the rough with the smooth with Order. Things will smooth out over the years. He's 18 years old. So plenty of time for him to calm things down a little bit. 4 Grand Slams to his name. 2 at Roland-Garros, 1 at Wimbledon, 1 at the Australian Open. The only one he hasn't won is the US Open, and there's no US Open this year because Paralympics here take precedence. I'm sure he will win a US Open at some point. Will he win a Paralympic gold medal? Well, he's going to win a Paralympic medal, that's for sure. He is in the gold medal match. Off goes Fernandez. It's as far as he's ever got, and he will play in a medal match. And it will be the bronze medal match. Put up a valiant fight. He hadn't got the weapons to out-hit Order. But there we see the gold medal match will be between the top two seeds, Alfie Hewitt having made it through against Martin de la Puente 6-2, 6-love. So that bronze medal match, it'll be Fernandez against de la Puente. It'll be a Hispanic battle, typical of the clay quarters. You often have Spaniards and Argentinians doing well at Roland-Garros over the years. Think of Nadal and then Argentinians. Think of Puerta, Correa. Highlights from the second set. And it took an hour. The first set was 28 minutes. The second set was an hour and 2. And it went to 12 games. Oda breaking early and leading 3 games to 1. Anticipating, well, that was a great one. He said, come on, crowd, let's hear you. Come on. And then it turned around. Fernandez getting back to 3-all. Oda leading again 4-3. Then it was 5-4 for Fernandez. And then finally on the third match point, fires it down the middle and secures what was a hard-fought victory in the end. He pushed him all the way, did Fernandez. Full credit to him. But Fernandez, the 30-year-old, will go to the bronze medal match where he will take on Martin de la Puente. So number 3 seed against number 4 seed. And is this man the number 2 seed? This lad, this youngster, who will take on Alfie Hewitt in the gold medal match. Toquito, Oda Toquito, the number 2 seed, defeating Gustavo Fernandez 6-2, 7-5 in an hour and 2 minutes in the second set, an hour and a half overall.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci d'accueillir les ramasseurs de balles.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is quad singles gold match time. Please welcome to court the ball kids.
Suivi des juges de ligne.
And now, please welcome the line judges to the court.
Spectators are gathering at Roland-Garros, the Philippe Chatrier Show Arena. Lots of lively orange. Well, we'll know why in a couple of moments, because it is the Netherlands versus the Netherlands. Sam Schroeder, the #1 seed, taking on Niels Vink, the #2 seed, in the gold medal match in men's singles, the quad singles, wheelchair tennis. See Dutch colors, but we are going to have a new champion. I'm Hans Frauenlob. I'm with Coach Paul Walker. Paul, changing of the guard in quad singles.
You could say it. These guys have been on the radar, and they're no strangers to success. It's just the fact that neither one of them has yet to achieve Paralympic gold, but today that changes. One of the two of these guys that have been swapping the top spot in the quad rankings will go away with gold. The other one will really, no doubt, be disappointed and settled for silver. As much as that sounds trite, it's the way it is at the Olympics and Paralympic Games.
Well, we had rain earlier in the day in Paris, but apparently the weather forecasters are confident enough to roll back the roof, and so we'll be into the evening in Paris. I don't know if we're going to see stars tonight, but we're certainly going to enjoy.
We're going to see stars. It's these two guys right here coming up on this quad final. There's your stars.
Absolutely right.
Absolutely, that's right.
And the Orange Brigade here in numbers.
Mesdames et messieurs, c'est le moment d'accueillir nos para-athlètes. Tête de série numéro 2 représentant les Pays-Bas.
So now let's meet the athletes who will be contesting quad singles. Here's Niels Vink, 21 years of age, but what a career he's already had, Paul.
Really remarkable. Came up as a #1 junior in the world, and now has ascended to the top of the quad division.
And here is the world #1, also from the Netherlands, and this is Sam Schroeder.
Also a former junior world #1. These guys are top of the heap, fellas. They've already won gold here, so that both of them will walk away or go away from these Paralympic Games with gold around their neck. They doubled up as partners, won the quad doubles competition, but now it's mano a mano.
And Paul, you've coached a lot of great athletes in wheelchair tennis, and tell me about the mindset, because athletes will play singles, they'll play doubles, and how do you transition from rolling to the top of the podium with gold medals around your neck to sitting across the net from each other contesting a final like this?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think you kind of put it into the business and personal category. I mean, as doubles partners, it's a little bit personal because you have to have that relationship going and built in order to take care of business as a partnership. Once the partnership is dissolved for the moment, it becomes business. Nothing personal. I wish you well. I hope you play well. I hope I play well. And on whatever given day, the best man wins. And I think that's the approach these guys take. They train together, they work together, but right now they'll compete against one another.
Well, competition is what it's all about at the Paralympic Games. These athletes competing to be the best in the world. And Paul, the quad classification versus men's and women's singles.
Yeah, the simplest way to put it is to qualify for wheelchair tennis. A lower body extremity impairment will allow you to play wheelchair tennis, and that's in the men's and open division. But in the quad division, you have to have additional medical classifications of an upper body extremity. And you saw right there Sam Schroeder attaching that racket with an adaptive device to his hand. He's a young man that was born with a very rare genetic disorder, split hand and foot syndrome. Was diagnosed with colon cancer later on in life. I mean, this is a remarkable story, this young man. Diagnosed with that colon cancer at the age of 18 in 2017. And I'll just say, in reading about that story, the one thing that stuck out to me was, he said in his first consultation with the doctor, he said, you know what, no matter what happens, I will bounce back and I will play tennis again. And to make that statement as a young 18-year-old and to come through that, that's the story. Remarkable. So that young man, 24-year-old Sam Schroeder, a real individual perseverance.
Paris or tennis? Paris, please. Paris?
Chair umpire Scott Noble with the coin toss. Well, the one thing we can say for sure, Netherlands can't lose, but one of these two athletes is going to be the Paralympic Games champion.
As we watch them warm up, you got the right-handed Vink right there in the orange. Nice of them to separate the colors. Maybe they flipped a coin for that. Who gets to wear the orange and who gets to go in the whites? Home and away. The left-hander, Schroeder, right there. Interesting, I think, because Sam comes in here as the world number one seed, Niels as the number 2 seed, number 2 in the world, but I think it's Niels who is the favorite here, despite the rankings, current rankings.
And what would give you that kind of perspective? And has it been their head-to-head records, or is it, do they have preferences on playing surfaces?
Yeah, I think, well, the head-to-head is pretty decidedly in Niels' favor. I think we're looking at 21-12 overall in favor of Niels. But it's the surface. As of yet, he's been undefeated against Sam on the clay courts. So I think that's the difference for me, is on this surface. But Sam has pushed him in a couple of those matchups to 3 sets, so it hasn't been easy. And I think the thing that I think about with these guys, it's like, and this sounds so goofy, this is just real casual here, I know what you know, and you know what I know, and I know what you know, and I know. I mean, it's one of those exchanges. I know you know what I know, but I know what you know, and you know what I know. And it's like kind of a guessing game. They're so familiar with each other's games, tendencies. And so does either one of them attack those things? Do they deviate? Do they look for moments when they know, hey, this is what he likes to do here? And do you change until you wait for those special moments to make an adjustment in your tendencies? It's really an interesting dynamic.
He's enjoying looking at some of the apparel as we look at the road to the final for Niels Vink. Been very impressive, hasn't dropped a set.
4 games total. That is steamrolling right there. That's against some really good players. Clearly, we're here at the Paralympic Games. They're some of the best players in the world. And he's made it look easy.
3 minutes.
Niels, a real all-court player, able to go forward, comfortable, phenomenal speed. Both of these guys can cover court. It's really amazing. And really strong off both wings. We're seeing a lot of top spin off that forehand. You'll see equal amount off the backhand side. Kind of classic serves. Sam has the lefty dynamic.
A great look as the athletes warm up. If this is the first time you've enjoyed wheelchair tennis, the equipment, the special wheelchair tennis chairs, casters front and back, cambered wheels. It's all about mobility.
It is. You get to a ball in order to be able to hit a ball. You can't get to it, you can't hit it. Same principles apply. You know, you talked about earlier, I just had this thought while we were talking about it, guys that know each other well, playing each other. You know, that's going on at the U.S. Open right now, for example, on the grandest stage. You've got Francis Tiafoe, one of the top men's players in the world and in the U.S., playing Taylor Fritz, and one of those guys is going to advance for the first time ever to the U.S. Open final. Those guys grew up playing tennis together in the junior ranks, trained together and everything like that. Now, one of them's going to be happily going to a first ever U.S. Open men's final, and one of them's, you know, just I made it to the semis and I'm happy, but not totally satisfied. It's very similar to what these guys are feeling today.
Sam Schroeder was pushed really hard by Guy Sasson in the semifinal, but has advanced.
He's the #1 ranked player in the world.
He is the world #1.
Yeah, that was against a defending French Open champion in Guy Sasson, who really kind of probably put a scare into both of these guys, having won that event back in the spring. And it's here on this venue, of course, so having had success here, you would have had to think he's going to be a real candidate in these games, and he was. Pushed Sam hard, but again, Sam persevered. Have to wonder if having come through a little bit tougher grind, is he a little bit hardened as opposed to Niels' soft road through where he's just breezed? If all of a sudden he gets pushed for the first time in these games, how does he react to that?
That's a very good point. You and I were looking at some of the statistical analysis pre the match, and we thank our friends at the ITF for supplying us with such great information. And even though Niels Vink, or even though Sam Schroeder rather played one less match, he actually spent more time on court than Niels Vink, playing 3 matches.
About an hour longer overall, yeah.
Will be the best of 3 tiebreak sets. Niels Vink won the toss and chose to receive.
And at the end of the day, for me, as I was looking at things in regards to both of these guys, the matchups, the accomplishments, throw it all out. It's just who's better today, and that's what it comes down to sometimes. I mean, back when Federer and Nadal were having their battles and wars, you know, did you think, oh, the matchup favors this? No, it's who's coming to play today. And I suspect both of these guys are coming to play today.
Well, when you've reached the pinnacle game at the pinnacle event in your sport, gold medal match, Paralympic Games, exactly right. It is all about the moment. It is all about right here, right now. Two very capable players who know each other incredibly well, facing off. Only one can be the champion and wear the gold medal at the Paralympic Games, Paris 2024.
Sam Schroeder to serve. Play.
Sam Schroeder with the serve in the opening game of the quad singles gold medal match.
Guy's able to get a little bit of work done in that first point. Those first couple points can always be tough, the toughest actually. Explosive ball there, ties Schroeder up. Doesn't get the response at all off the forehand side. Can't create any clearance.
Now with the roof being open, I wonder if it would have been a surprise to the athletes. I wonder if they were expecting to be undercover, so to speak. And does that change anything, or is it just what's right in front of you on the clay?
Yeah, I think they're so hyper-focused right now. I don't think the conditions are changed much with the roof open as far as temperature, certainly not wind. So I'm thinking they're focused on other things. Just happy to be here, playing at such an amazing venue. Great angle there. Fink tracks it down.
Open court for Schroeder, though, and he puts it away.
14-15.
Nice patience there, but that sets it all up, getting that ball off the sideline and not just through the baseline. Good patience, waits for it, drives over the top.
Game point for Schroeder. A wonderful return from Vink.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of stuff that you saw in a lot of his early round matches, because with the scores as lopsided as they were and the times, they were so fast. A couple of them were less than an hour. He had to be just ripping balls past people. He prefers that style.
Still game point for Schroeder. Schroeder attacking the backhand. Look, that young man's not fired up.
They're here. Fully invested. It was Sam Schroeder, who was silver medalist in Tokyo.
We go to deuce. Opening game. Best of three.
I just wonder how much that match that he had in Tokyo, plays into his being possibly a little bit more prepared for this moment.
I think it certainly provides context for an athlete. If you've been somewhere before, the next time you go back, you got the benefit of the perspective of that experience, but different opponent across the net this time for Sam Schroeder.
And that thing we've talked about, the difference in the games too. Paris versus Tokyo. Nobody in the stands, no environment, no feeling, no energy.
Energy aplenty here at Roland-Garros, and there's the break. Lovely backhand, lots of spin. First game of this quad singles gold medal match to Niels Vink.
Niels Vink to serve.
There's some of the Niels Vink support crew. Niels on wheels. Gotta love that.
It has a nice ring to it, I won't lie.
A little Eiffel Tower in there as well. Both of these athletes will be taking a piece of the Eiffel Tower home with them. All the Paralympic Games medals. A small piece of that fabled structure baked into the medal. Good start for Vink. Tremendous, tremendous.
Yeah, great depth on the return from Schroeder there, but I think able to put a really good swing on it off the half volley. Just drive up, rip it into the corner. Just not enough time for Sam to get on the wheels.
Better from Schroeder.
13-15.
Quad category, open to both genders. Just males competing in this match.
Look at that ball just tailing off the court with that left-handed slice.
Grabbing the line, and Niels Vink can only smile. That was quality.
It's a half overhead, half forehand. A hybrid kind of shot there. Man, that had a ton of action on it.
Sure did. 30 all. Oh, coming to the net, putting it away. You like that. Set that up with a strong serve.
Yeah, really looked good. He's looked good on his serve so far, for sure.
Game point for Vink, trying to hold. Just catches a piece of the line. Oh, lovely, lovely tennis from Niels Vink.
Warm-ups talked about his explosiveness off both sides, certainly on display here. Sam really didn't get into a good recovery position after that shot. Niels tees off on that ball. Great clearance, and then look at that ball just explode. Big congratulations from Hans-Jürgen Streeck, longtime coach of Niels Vink.
2 games to love. Vink leading Schroeder. Opening set of this gold medal match, best of 3.
I think it's a really important game. It's early, but it's a really important game for Schroeder. He needs to get this hold.
Yeah, you read my mind. I was thinking the exact same thing.
So the last thing you want is Vink just getting that freight train momentum going.
Well, as you pointed out, Paul, Vink has really rolled through the competition, and you're exactly right. Schroeder will want to stop that momentum here on serve. Just catches the top of the net cord. What does it mean to the athletes, Paul, to be playing not only in the gold medal match of the Paralympic Games, but at a renowned Grand Slam venue like this?
Well, for these guys, these particular ones, and a few of the other men and women who participate on a regular I mean, and we're talking the elite of the elite. We're talking about 96 athletes came here to the Paralympic Games overall in the divisions. But really the elite of the elite, top 10, somewhat 15 men and women, top 12 quad. Those guys and girls are participating in the Grand Slams on a regular basis. Gets it. Did he do enough? Yes. No. Schroeder showing off the wheels.
Yes, indeed. Fist bump from Schroeder.
So yeah, so these guys have played at Roland-Garros. Now, sometimes not on these stadium courts. So again, that's a different story. And at the US Open, they've been at Wimbledon, they've been at the Australian, but probably not on a center court like this. And so yeah, I think this is a moment of a lifetime here.
And the Grand Slams are an enormous prize, but there's a very different prize on the line here.
Yeah, for many years, you know, there was no Grand Slam tennis for wheelchair tennis players. That didn't come into vogue until the early 2000s, when all 4 of the Grand Slams started at the Australian, then the US Open, and the Wimbledon got on board, and then eventually the French. So now all 4 are fully on board. But prior to that, it was every 4 years you had to wait for this marquee kind of event, the Paralympic Games, dating back to 1992 in Barcelona, when this became a medal sport. I still think in wheelchair tennis, this is above the Grand Slams. This is the pinnacle.
Game point for Schroeder. There is something different about playing for your nation as opposed to playing for yourself. That one just wide.
Yeah, the last forehand opportunity he had, caught the tape. That one wide of the line. Couple of missed opportunities here for Schroeder. And we talked about the importance of this game. Can't afford to miss too many more of those opportunities.
Excellent return from Vink, and that will go wide.
And that's why Vink is only moments away from ever unleashing something like that you just can't handle.
That rolling forehand, Niels Vink. So strong. Break point. Cheeky change of angle from Vink. Pays off in a break.
Change of angle and possibly a change of mind there by Schroeder, thinking about going line. Late, decides to go angle, finds the net instead, and it's 3-love now for Vink.
The core division is for players who have suffered a significant loss of function in at least one limb. Players will often take their racket to their hands to compensate for their loss of function.
Certains joueurs sont également autorisés à utiliser les fauteuils roulants électriques. Le quad tennis est en place aux Jeux Paralympiques depuis 2004.
Some players are also allowed electric wheelchairs. Quad tennis has been in place at the Paralympics since 2004.
Time.
Best possible start for Niels Vink of the Netherlands. Racing out to a 3-love lead. 2 service breaks. Now Niels Vink will be on serve, up 3-love.
Boy, he's known nothing but this type of success here at these Paralympic Games so far. He can only bolster his already brimming confidence.
Well, that'll dent the confidence a little bit. Beautiful return from Schroeder.
Yeah, I think Schroeder's got to be thinking, you know what, I really should have had a hold. I really should have held in that last game. If I get the break here, now get back on a hold, I can really start to get into this set, but it's got to have to start here really soon.
Strong forehand from Vink for the winner.
Yep, Sam missing his target there on that forehand. This one right here. Misses that target. That's too center cut. Too many options for Vink.
Great get from Schroeder. Niels thought he'd passed him. Sam Schroeder had other ideas.
Well, with this volley, he makes the commitment to stay up instead of cycling back, not thinking that Schroeder maybe was going to get a good enough look at it, but he certainly did.
Back to the action, and man, Sam Schroeder's lighting it up. Break point. Paul, you mentioned that service hold eluded him and a break back would be important. Well, he's got that opportunity right here. No, just cannot get to that one though, Niels Vink. Good placement.
Yeah, the strong commitment on the return there gets the ball to Vink pretty quick. It was a good ball, but just got to Vink so fast that Schroeder didn't have a chance in time to track it down.
Still has a break point. Defensive shot from Vink. Gets away with it though. Schroeder tapping his visor with his racket. He knows that was his opportunity for the break. Now we're back to deuce. First served missed by Niels Vink.
Yeah, he's been firing on all cylinders on all aspects of his game. He gets this one, gets out to 4-love here. Short work of Sam Schroeder here in this first set. Again, every little missed opportunity by Schroeder right now, Vink is taken advantage of.
There's a service return for a winner.
Yeah, that was clean right there. Schroeder's been able to hit that return a few times now. We'll see if he uses that to set up a down-the-line attack later.
Back to deuce.
Forehand continues to give Schroeder a little bit of problems there when he doesn't quite get the extension, when he's jammed up. That's when he seems to have the most problem. He's not able to clear space.
Advantage Vink. Oh, another winner on the return from Sam Schroeder, staying in the game.
See there, you could see the great extension on that return. Arm clearly away from the body. Gets the good extension, able to control that ball into the target area he intended down the line that time.
Court suddenly a little bit elusive for Vink.
Tough to hit that top spin backhand from way down low where Schroeder was at there, really trying to lift that one off top of the shoes. Have to be so clean to get that one in.
Wonderful second serve.
Big time second serve. Yeah. Sam maybe looking, thinking, all right, I'm going to get a good look here. And then Niels really pours one into the tee, sets everything up for an easy forehand finish.
So that fourth game, a real battle, but Niels Vink prevailing. That gives him 4 games to love lead in the opening set of this gold medal match in quad singles.
2 holds, 2 breaks. The concerned Joop Bruns, the coach of Sam Schroeder.
And this knowledgeable crowd, Philippe Chatrier rallying Schroeder. Vink, too good. Excellent shot.
All shot making variety on display there. Finishes this one with a slice on the line, carves that ball. Great finish, ball running away from Sam Schroeder even if he had a chance for it. He's going to continue to tail on him.
Sam Schroeder looking for answers, but so far, Niels Vink answering every question he's asking. Nets that backhand. Good point from Schroeder. Hard to spring a surprise on an opponent that you know so well.
Well, yeah, we talked about that, but boy, he's been steady. I mean, that is his first unforced error, according to my statistics that I'm looking at here. And that's...
We're deep into the match.
That's steady, and it's not like he's just been putting balls in play. He's getting after it.
Full stretch there for Vink. Cross court for Schroeder. Out of the reach of Vink.
13-15.
Yeah, really nice point there, side to side. Schroeder pulls him out there. Follows it up with that cross court forehand. Boy, but Vink is not far off that.
Nearly got
there.
there.
Show you his speed. Takes it out and gets the let board love. When you know it's going well.
Yeah.
And that happens.
Sometimes it's your day. Still just the first set. Good judgment from Vink.
30-14.
Letting that one drop. Break point to go up 5-love. See Niels advancing on that return. Paul, do you think he's spotted something in his opponent's serve?
Well, we talked about the knowledge these guys have of one another, tendencies, how his ball tracks. They take a lot of players time to get adjusted to Sam's serve. Not having seen it that much, he sees it a lot.
Good forehand from Schroeder.
Yeah, so it's familiar pace for him. It's familiar trajectory. It's just not something like I have to take time to get adjusted to. So he comes into this match, and both of these guys have this similar advantage, really. They come in kind of knowing the type of ball that the other guy hits, what to expect, how it feels. And right now, it's just, we talked about it, it's just Niels being better right now.
Back to deuce. Full stretch for Vink. Oh, how good, Niels Vink.
I think the way that Vink is playing, Schroeder missed an opportunity earlier and he had Vink in the corner, chose to stay back and play the patient route. I don't think the way Niels Vink is playing, you can be patient today, you got to get after it, push him.
Break point number 2. Vink went deep into the corner, looked like he was passed, but he got there, turned it into a point. Another break point for Niels Vink. Vink! Another break for Niels Vink. Set it up with a deep approach, converted it with the forehand smash. 5 games to love. Vink leads over Schroeder in the gold medal match, quad singles, at the Paralympic Games. Athletes return to the court. 5 games in the books. All have gone to Niels Vink. What a start for the 21-year-old. He's on serve, serving for the first set of this best of 3 gold medal match.
You know, reading up on Niels Vink, reading up on Sam Schroeder, said that Niels been training in Barcelona at the Emilio Sanchez Academy. You know that he's been spending some time on the clay, getting very comfortable in preparation for this event, as most of the athletes naturally would, but I think that was a real concerted effort to be on the surface in an environment that he was comfortable with, and then transitions here to Paris.
An attempt at a cheeky drop shot, not quite coming off for Vink on that occasion. Vink pinning Schroeder deep in the corner on the serve.
There's a heck of an overhead response there from Vink to take that high ball. Probably wouldn't have been able to control it and pull it down had he gone with a different type of shot. Again, shows off his versatility.
And now multiple set points for Niels Vink of the Netherlands. Dream start. And a game to love to claim the first set, 6 games to love. Niels Vink claiming the first set of this quad singles final. Absolutely on fire. 6-love as we head for the second set in this quad singles gold medal match at the Paralympic Games, Paris 2024. And what a view as day becomes night in Paris. The Niels Vink fans are pretty happy about the proceedings so far, understandably so. What a first set.
Yeah, nothing but sunshine for Niels Vink right now, despite the fact that nightfall is here. Highlights of the set, and they're in Vink's favor, that's for sure.
Big side spin for the winner on that shot from Vink, but that powerful forehand setting up so much success for him in that first set. And surgical placement. Schroeder had some good moments, but Niels Vink had a heck of a lot more.
Coach is pretty intense here for a guy that just won the 6-0 set. You'd think it was maybe tight in a breaker or something. He's keeping his guy dialed in here on the break while Schroeder's left the court. Can't help but wonder if maybe Schroeder was like, well, you know what, 5-love. I don't really know I'm going to be able to claw my way back into this set. I'm going to give this game up. I'm going to start the second set fresh on my serve. But I'll go back to, speaking of Sam's serve, I'll go back to game number 3 when he had a chance to hold. Might have settled everything down in this set, going on 2-1 on the changeover versus 3-0. Once Vink got to that 3-0, it was game on from that point on, and he just closed it out. Had it gone to 2-1, I think we could have possibly been looking at a completely different set.
Well, we've talked about moments in a match, and that certainly was one. See, very happy Niels Vink fans. Why wouldn't you be happy? I mean, you're Philippe Chatrier, you're Roland-Garros, Paris in the evening at the Paralympic Games. You're enjoying this wonderful spectacle. I mean, is there anywhere you'd rather be? It's pretty good.
I tell you, the DJ has been spot on with some good music. We've had hard rock. We've had some good pop tunes playing here in the stadium. It's kept the crowd entertained for any of the breaks. So it's been just an incredible environment from day one here on Roland-Garros in the 2 stadium courts, whether it's been Philippe Chatrier or Suzanne Lenglen. Man, it's been a party. The French have turned out.
Well, they have, and you and I were speaking prior to the match, Paul, about the support of the French public and the Parisian public, not just for wheelchair tennis, but right across these Paralympic Games. It has been absolutely sensational.
Every venue of every event that I've seen clips of or anything going on, it's been packed houses, it's been enthusiasm. So grateful to the city of Paris. They did a remarkable job during the Olympics, and they are equaling that accomplishment here in these 2024 Paralympic Games.
So now Sam Schroeder has returned to the field of play. He will re-strap himself. Describe to us the strapping that the athletes use in the chair, Paul. I mean, it's very specialized equipment, you know, especially for the quad players.
Yeah, well, for all the players, but the quads maybe in particular, if they have any balance issues. These guys have pretty good trunk function, both of them. But the strapping just keeps body parts. If I go left in my chair, my legs are not strapped in. The legs are going right. It's just an inertia thing. It's physics. And so with the strap, when I go left, everything goes left. And there's no wasted energy. It makes for a very efficient machine. Body and chair all one, and that's what you want. Because that's the difference between a ball off the tip of the racket or in the middle of the strings. Maybe just, 3, 4, 5 centimeters sometimes makes the difference. Where there will be no lack of fight from Sam Schroeder. Really a great competitor. He will go down swinging here if he goes down at all. He does not think for a second that he's out of this. He can quickly dismiss that 6-love set. As lopsided as it was, it's just one set.
Exactly that.
Nobody ever won it in one.
Very good point, Paul. Sam Schroeder serving to open the second set. Niels Vink claiming that first set in the gold medal match in quad singles.
It's just the first point of the second set, but we've already got a Vink unforced error. And again, that's big. That's big.
There haven't been many. I agree. You feel like a solid start to the set. Enormously important for Schroeder. And you can hear the anger in his voice as he nets that approach.
Yeah, got to eliminate an error like that. Yeah, he's got to have a pretty clean game here to get off to a decent start here in the second.
Love that camera angle. Steely concentration of Niels Vink just over the net. Oh dear, a double fault. That will not help the cause for Sam Schroeder. Niels Vink on the prowl. He looks like a man on a mission.
No double faults from Schroeder, or one double fault from Schroeder in the first. Now he's matched it here already in the second.
And that forehand once again of Vink, pushing Schroeder to full stretch. Cannot land the return, and very, very quickly, Niels Vink with multiple break points in the opening game of the second set.
Yeah, for a couple of years now, you've seen brilliance in Vink's game, but you see moments of inconsistency as well. Hot streaks, cold streaks. And as he matures now to a ripe old age of 21, you're starting to see a lot more maturity in his game, a more level performance from him on display.
So another double fault. Very unfortunate for Schroeder, but Vink getting off to a very strong start in the second set. Already 1 set to love to the good. Quad singles gold medal match at the Paralympic Games. Niels Vink has not dropped a game in this gold medal match. Oh, perfect return from Schroeder.
Yeah, we really haven't seen a lot of instances of Sam Schroeder's abilities, but that's a good example of it. He's able to reproduce those shots more consistently. And that's what he's going to need to do to get back in this match. He does have the capabilities.
Nets that return.
Yeah, looked to kind of pair it up with that backhand return right there, and he was just a couple inches away from doing it.
Oh, a service ace for Vink. 125 kilometers an hour out of the chair. That is something.
Yeah, that was impressive location with some pop.
Oh, excellent placement from Schroeder. Hanging into this game.
Catches the line. Miss hit here. Watch the action off that miss hit. Kick back into Schroeder. Handles it though.
30 all. Reset on the ball toss. Just catching the line. Oh, very good point from Niels Vink.
Yeah, you see that ball just jump out over Sam Schroeder right there? Watch the action on this thing. Great acceleration, then bam, just jumps and accelerates past Schroeder. It's a live ball right there.
Playing with new balls in this game. That one overcooked.
Yeah, when you're feeling it and you just keep swinging every once in a while, you're just going to sail one. And then, you know, if you start doing that too often, do you back off? Right now, Vink's got no reason to back off. Has had very few mistakes.
No, an attempted winner down the line. Goes wide. So advantage Vink. Game point. Looking to win his 8th consecutive game. Oh, fantastic return from Schroeder.
Right. Placement, depth, everything. This is a perfect game here. Actually, this would be perfect if we could get into, or Sam Schroeder in particular is who I'm referring to, could get into a lengthy game, back and forth, a number of deuces, maybe fight off a couple of points, make this game last, and then steal it. Those are the kind that have impact.
Goes cross court, and it is in fact good for the winner. Just waited for the chair umpire's call there. It was pretty close to the line, but Schroeder attacks.
Starting to get that shot dialed in. Had a good look at a backhand return of a similar nature last time, just missed it. Going to get a good look at a second serve here.
Break point. And a double fault, and so the first game dropped by Niels Vink. Sam Schroeder says, I'm back. 1-1 in the second set.
And throughout the entirety of that first set, into the second here, what did you see on the face of Sam Schroeder? Not much change, not much. Very little reaction. No big highs, no big lows, even through that. He knows he's just got to claw his way systematically back into this. First little seeds of doubt now starting to creep in for Vink.
Oh, terrific return.
Good remedy for doubt right there.
No doubt about that.
Yep. If there was a little, that's how you get rid of it quickly.
Super point. Niels Vink prevails.
Stayed on the attack, kept working. Finally got a short ball that he could attack. Sam got a pretty good look at that lob. Couldn't quite get enough of it.
Did well to get racket on that smash as well, but could not get it over the net. Love 30. That one is long, so Niels Vink, after conceding the break of serve, 3 break points straight back.
Wise of Vink there to get right back in it, not let Schroeder get on top.
And now it will be Vink that will have a look at a second serve on a break point.
3 of them, might as well be aggressive. It's his nature anyway. Big second serve there from Schroeder.
And there's that forehand. Good return from Schroeder. You just have to.
I thought he had a look at it. It's not like it seemed like it was out of reach for him. He just chose to let it go. Seemed like he could have just chosen to take the easy volley here. I don't know if we got the. Yeah, I think he had a look at it.
Gee, that was good. Class shooting from Sam Schroeder. Still 2 break points. And that one is wide, so it will be a break for Niels Vink. Gives up the break of serve, breaks right back. As night falls in Paris, Niels Vink lighting up the skies. 6-love in the first set, and now leads 2-1 in set number 2 of this quad singles gold medal match final. The Paris 2024 Paralympic Games.
Find all the Paris 2024 product ranges in official boutiques and on-site sales outlets. The merchandise store is still open. It's now all.
Now, isn't that a picture? Words don't do it justice, Paul.
No, that's like a painting that should be in some museum in Paris.
Hang it in the Louvre.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
Time.
I'm so thankful to the good people of Paris and the people of France who have staged an absolutely spectacular Paralympic Games. Niels Vink on serve as we start this 4th game of the 2nd set. Vink up a set, up 2 games to 1.
Yeah, he continues to be in charge, continues to be dictating. Seen a couple of moments for Schroeder, but it's been all Vink. He is really dictating play and in charge, looking to stay on top.
Just grazed the net. See the red clay of Roland-Garros and the casters of the athletes. Well, the net rejecting that time.
Come on, dude, not in the middle of the point. Love the cheer, but at the right time.
Well, timing is everything in life, isn't it? Oh, lovely cross-court return for the winner from Sam Schroeder. It's been his best weapon so far in this match, I think, Paul.
Yeah, it's been the one that he's had dialed in pretty good, but he's just not getting enough volume of it. Not able to string enough of these points together.
Slightly delayed line call there, but it was a fault.
Yeah, that's the linesman not making the call. Chair umpire overruling quickly.
No, double fault. So the door creaking open very, very slightly for Sam Schroeder. Had consecutive service game breaks. Schroeder would like nothing more than to make it 3 in a row. Just long. That must have been close. Tinge of red in the night sky as the sun sets in Paris. That is one fired up individual.
Yeah, Neil's doing a great job there of not changing direction, just keeping Schroeder pinned in there. Just when Schroeder thought maybe he's going open court, he comes back again.
Game point for Vink. Trying to extend his lead to 2 games in this second set. Lob goes long. Vink holds. And he does lead 3 games to 1 in the second set.
Pressing the action there. Takes that ball deep through the middle. Really only one option for Schroeder to go up and over. A little too much air in the lob. Vink still in control.
This is the gold medal match in quad singles at the Paralympic Games Paris 2024. And this man, Niels Vink, in command in this match.
He's really looked, you know, that last shot we got of him right there. He really has looked focused from start to finish. No lapses in that mental focus that he's had when he started this match.
How good is that? Bam.
Such great chair preparation. Turn. Rotates in.
Well, there's a winner from Schroeder. We've seen a number come off his racket, but as you pointed out, Paul, being outnumbered really by his opponent on the winners. 15-all. Oh, lovely, lovely shot from Sam Schroeder.
Great first ball by Vink. Schroeder responds, gets something center, and then really paints a beautiful picture into the corner. He's got a couple of looks here. Again, he just needs to hang around.
It's really a must hold here for Schroeder. Oh, fantastic shot from Vink.
Well, he's been relentless into that corner. That is clearly a big part of the game plan coming into this match. Don't know if that's a different game plan than something they've executed in the past against Sam Schroeder, but right now he is just wearing out that side of the court. As soon as Sam starts to overplay a little bit just to cover that, Niels is going to the other side.
And that's the forehand. So it'll be game point for Schroeder.
And despite all the talk about how great Vink's been, he gets a hold here, go to the changeover, just down 2-3, lingering around.
Sam Schroeder is nothing else. He's a battler. No, unfortunate there. Fist pump from Vink. He's got it back to deuce. Schroeder trying to pass him, but just slightly mishit, and Vink has a break point.
Yeah, I can't really tell what he was trying to do. I mean, he had a great look, plenty of time there, many options, and I'm not really sure what he was trying to accomplish with that shot. And that's a missed opportunity right there. Should be serving again for this game, but now he's against the break point.
Oh, Vink going for it all there. Just a little bit wide. Back to deuce. As the last vestiges of day disappear from the Parisian sky. Oh, but that'll be too much ground to cover as Niels Vink's feeling it now. First time in the match that he's gone a little bit extraneous, shall we say, with the celebration, but he's earned himself another break point.
And I understand that, but that's the kind of stuff that can get you a little bit unfocused when you start maybe pandering to the crowd a little bit. And I get you're excited, things are going good, but you haven't won this game yet. He does that to go up 4-1, yes, but not just to get that break point. We'll see here.
I'm with you, Paul. And Schroeder punishes it. Back to deuce.
Like when Niels keeps the workman-like attitude and approach, not really getting overly excited and too invested in the crowd, that's his best ticket.
Well, the focus has reappeared on the face of Vink. Focus has never left the expression of Sam Schroeder. There's the winner from Vink.
There's that commitment to that corner paying off, and not in the finish, but in the ball prior to that. Sam's just hedging his bet against the corner prior there. Gets stretched out just enough on the forehand side. Ball not strong enough. Vink cleans it up.
Break point number 3. Vink trying to go 4-1 up. And that one is long, and the scream from Niels Vink. He knows how important that game was. Another service break for Vink. Up a set and up 4-1 in the second of the quad singles gold medal match at the Paralympic Games, Paris 2024.
restauration. Fermeture du service téléphonique 30 minutes après la fin de votre session.
Refund points for collector cups can be found at the food and beverage concessions. These cups must be returned by 9:30 p.m. Refund service will close 30 minutes after the end of your session. 9:30 p.m. to go and get your refund.
Time.
Niels Vink on serve, making his bid for the gold medal. Up a set, up 4-1 on serve in this best of 3. Sam Schroeder, #1 seed. But so far, Niels Vink has had much the better of the play. $11 Grand Slam titles out there on that court. 6 for Schroeder, 5 for Vink. And that little drop shot was an absolute pearler. 2 of those Grand Slam wins for Vink coming right here at Roland-Garros.
Yeah, clearly comfortable in this venue and on these courts. Suits him just fine. He's got the speed. Ball can penetrate. Everything is really flowing in his direction right now. He's been putting on a clinic in these games and continuing to do so here at the biggest moment.
He's gotten himself in a position where holding serve will win him the championship. And that one into the net.
14.
Starting to sense that Sam Schroeder might be resigning the fact that Vink is too tough here today. First indications on Sam's face.
Some days you find yourself asking yourself, just what have I got to do here? And I think that's a very astute pick up there, Paul. That the body language for Sam not looking good right now. Niels Vink, on the other hand, his body language tells you everything you want to know. He is 1 game away from claiming the title. Quad singles. Wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games, Paris 2024. Vink leads it 5-1 in the second.
We know Sam Schroeder's a fighter, but this fight, what he's up against right now, might be more than you could even ask of that 24-year-old. Niels has just got to stay in the moment, still finding lines. Better than good.
Schroeder's going to ask the chair umpire to come down and have a look at the ball, Mark.
Looks like he's pointing out where it caught line. Ball is good. A noble call from the chair umpire.
Well played, sir. Scott Noble, our chair umpire.
Love 15.
Going for a backhand winner. Missing the target on that occasion.
Important for him to stay in the moment right here. Get ahead of himself. That gold medal is waiting for you. It'll be there. Do your work.
Outright winner for Niels Vink. 2 points away. Open court for Vink, and he makes no mistake. Multiple break points. Gold medal point for Niels Vink of the Netherlands.
One away from the moment he's dreamt of.
Just wide.
Quite yet. Still one.
One break point. Second gold medal point for Vink. And Niels Vink is the Paralympic Games champion in quad singles. And now the emotions can flow. Teammates, doubles champions here in Paris, opponents in the quad singles. They will both be going home with gold medals, but Niels Vink will have two of them. He is our champion. Straight sets, 6-love, 6-1. Niels Vink, the champion in quad singles at Paris 2024. What a performance.
Really do love that moment at the net between those two partners, friends. But the moment right now belongs to Niels Vink, his coach Hans-Jürgen Streeck. You can see what an incredible relationship those two share. You don't get to moments like that without a lot of love, a lot of pain, sweat, and tears. Those guys have put in the work, and they have earned this gold medal here in Paris.
Niels Vink, our champion, and crushing for Sam Schroeder. He poured his absolute everything into the preparation for this tournament. Runner-up in Tokyo and now runner-up in Paris. But
just was not his day today, and it was really no fault of his. It was just really an epic performance by Vink. I mean, from start to finish, he was on the gas pedal, and it was full throttle.
Well, if you're a supporter of the Netherlands, you've got equal parts joy and sadness, but you've got a champion, and that is Niels Vink.
Boy, 24 years old, Sam Schroeder, 21-year-old Niels Vink, now gold medalist. Do you think the future is bright for quad tennis in the Netherlands? Numbers 1 and 2 in the world.
The future is bright indeed, and for Niels Vink, the future is right now. He is the champion in Paris.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this man is a Paralympic medalist. He comes away with a silver medal here in Paris.
Continued emotions flowing there from Sam Schroeder.
To the one and only from the Netherlands, Mr. Sam Schroeder.
And the crowd here at Philippe Chatrier showing the love for Sam Schroeder. Gave it absolutely everything out there. But today his opponent simply too good. Niels Vink sending some souvenirs into the stratosphere here at Roland-Garros. It will be a silver medal for Schroeder. Terrific accomplishment. But he wanted so much more.
Yep, the coach of Sam Schroeder kind of consoling him, letting him know there will be other fights. We'll be in the arena again. No doubt, that guy's a champion in his own right. Kind of acknowledging the fact that he knows he came up against a real beast today in Niels Vink.
Full credit to Niels as we see the Arc de Triomphe and the match stats. Straight sets victory for Vink. And really, 24 winners to 18. Receiving points, 1. Dominant.
Yeah, that receiving game for Vink was on point today. He was relentless with the attacks against the Schroeder serve. And just from start to finish, he was just that good.
So we have another look at match point from Niels Vink.
A pretty inconsequential match point, but one that seemed inevitable for quite a while as Vink was just pouring the coal to it from the start. That was a great moment. Teammates, they've shared glory together, and they share this moment together.
Oh, it's hard not to feel the emotion yourself when you see scenes like this. He worked so hard. Paul, you're a coach. So many hours training, so much sacrifice, so much preparation. It's to get enjoy it in a moment like this.
Yeah, it's a relentless pursuit, and it comes with a lot of struggles, a lot of sacrifices, a lot of decisions you have to make, a lot of things you have to give up in order to achieve levels that these guys are at right here, at this pinnacle of the sport. And now it's payoff, and that's why the emotions come out so heavily in these moments, because of all that work. It just floods out. The days when you've been frustrated, the days when it's not working, all for this moment when it was working.
Well, it's a Dutch treat in Paris. Niels Vink is our champion in quad singles.
Mesdames et messieurs, restez avec nous pour suivre la cérémonie et le vainqueur simple pointe.
Takes a village, doesn't it?
Yeah, you've got strength and conditioning coaches, you've got mental performance specialists, you've got on-court tennis, you've got just supporters, family, friends, all in your camp. And it's a team effort. Everybody oftentimes quotes and says, yeah, I want to thank my team. And as much as this is an individual sport, it's the team that creates a champion like that. Starting with the mother.
Yeah, she could scarcely believe what she's seen. And now a smile a mile wide from Niels Vink.
What do you think was going through that mother's mind back when Niels was 1 year old and contracted a bacterial infection resulting in a double amputation, loss of some phalanges on his hands? What do you think she thought his life was going to be like? Tough, struggles. No doubt they've come through all of that. But to get to a moment like this in that life probably was only a dream. Now that dream is a reality. And that's what makes some of these Paralympic stories so remarkable.
Remarkable indeed as we see the final rankings in quad singles. Vink #1, Schroeder #2, Sasson #3, Kaplan, Lapthorne, Pena, Shaw, and Slade. What an enormously entertaining tournament the quad singles athletes have given us.
A lot of young guys in there, both the Dutch, that Ahmet Kaplan from Turkey is very young, early 20s. kind of starting to come on the scene a little bit, have some success. So the future for this division is strong, it's young, it's strong, it's vibrant.
Yes, indeed, dreams can come true. So we look back and enjoy some of the action from this gold medal match.
We saw a little bit of everything from Niels Vink. Power, finesse, supreme targeting, incredible mobility. We saw some moments of greatness from Schroeder, but too much Vink in the end.
Established dominance right from the outset, Niels Vink, in this match.
Touch there, showing off the skills. And we get a match point.
Well, the contrast of the emotions between the athletes, understandable. Niels Vink and Sam Schroeder. Teammates in doubles, rather. Champions in doubles as teammates for the Netherlands. And in singles, unfortunately, there can only be one winner. And on this occasion, Niels Vink, Paralympic Games champion.
Well, as there's some activity on the court there, it would appear that we have a medal ceremony, and we know what it is all about. The moment that these athletes have waited for. We'll look forward to that.
Yes, the victory ceremony coming up minutes from now. Stay with us. We will have the victory ceremony for you shortly. now it's time for the victory ceremony in quad singles at the wheelchair tennis.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony of the men's quad singles.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
As the medalists enter the field of play for the victory ceremony for quad singles.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Madame Corinne Yoret, directrice des finances du Comité international paralympique.
Director of Finance, International Paralympic Committee.
Accompagnée par
Accompanied by
Monsieur Roger Davis, membre du conseil d'administration de la Fédération internationale de tennis.
International Tennis Federation board member.
Médaillé de bronze représentant l'Israël.
Bronze medalist representing Israel, Guy Sassoon.
Bronze medal winner, Guy Sassoon of Israel.
French Open champion earlier this year here at Roland-Garros. Really came in expecting to have an impact, and he leaves with a bronze medal. Number 3 in the world.
A little piece of the Eiffel Tower, part of the medals. And Friege, we can't forget Friege, Paralympic Games mascot. Guy Sassoon, our bronze medal winner in quad singles, Paris 2024.
Médaillé d'argent représentant les Pays-Bas.
Silver medalist representing Netherlands, Sam Schroeder.
Sam Schroeder, our silver medal winner, repeating the feat from Tokyo.
You get the sense that Sam's the kind of guy that's able to put things in perspective. And of course, disappointed he didn't get the gold here, but at 24 years old, mature young man, he knows that that's still quite an amazing accomplishment.
It absolutely is. Sam Schroeder of the Netherlands is our silver medal winner in quad singles at Paris 2024.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant les Pays-Bas.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Netherlands, Niels Vink.
The words that every athlete wants to hear. Gold medalist and Paralympic Games champion, Niels Vink of the Netherlands. A worthy champion. Big support team on hand to share this moment with him. Wonderful scenes here at Roland-Garros. Niels Vink, our gold medalist in quad singles.
Having to wipe away the tears, so often the case for these athletes that achieve these great moments.
Si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des Pays-Bas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of of Netherlands.
It's in that moment when your flag is raised and your anthem is played that you realize you haven't just done it for yourself, but you've done it for your nation as well. What a moment for Niels Vink.
Something about how that music hits, and man, the tears can flow.
Here is your podium in quad singles at Paris 2024. Niels Vink, gold medal winner. Sam Schroeder, silver medalist. Guy Sasson of Israel, the bronze medalist. Bringing to a conclusion what has been an absolutely fantastic event in quad. Second gold medal of Paris 2024 for Niels Vink. Winning the quad doubles with our silver medalist Sam Schroeder. So what a Paralympic Games for the Netherlands in wheelchair tennis.
Vink is a self-proclaimed party animal.
Look out, Paris.
Honestly, I don't think that we could wake up in the morning and it wouldn't be surprised if there's some story about somebody that was on the Eiffel Tower last night.
Well, if there's anybody that deserves a party tonight, it's that young man. He gave us a performance to remember in this gold medal match. So let the party begin for all of these athletes. What an achievement. Images that will be treasured for a lifetime.
A lot of life left there, especially for those young fellas in their 20s. Guy Sasson a little bit older, but plenty of juice left in his tank.
As you said, Paul, such a rich future for this classification. A lot of talent, a lot of youth, incredible skill. And now finally, a chance to celebrate after all the hard work. The city of light, ablaze. And the precious metal leaving the field of play at this splendid arena of tennis, Roland-Garros. Only one place in the world we could be.
So iconic shots of this city.
Scenes of celebration at Roland-Garros. Quad singles, Niels Vink, our champion. Paul, final thoughts?
Yeah, it lived up to it. I mean, it wasn't a really hotly contested match, but we saw excellence on stage here at Philippe Chatrier. Niels Vink earned the gold. Sam Schroeder, very deserving of the silver, getting himself into that gold medal match. They are the future of the quad division. We saw it here tonight.
Thank you so much for joining us from Paris 2024, the Paralympic Games.
Mesdames et messieurs, ceci conclut cette magnifique journée. Merci à tous nos officiels pour leur participation à la compétition aujourd'hui. Merci également à nos merveilleux bénévoles. Sans qui cet événement n'aurait pu avoir lieu. Alors demain, nous allons vivre une très belle journée car nous aurons encore 2 nouvelles finales pour des médailles d'or avec le fameux match. Nous retrouverons notamment 2 équipes.
Day 8 tomorrow.